Check, check.
Okay, I think we're good, yeah?
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the two.
And welcome everybody to the second game of the night on the 2025 Liz Lykowski Memorial Tournament. Okay. Check, check. All right, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Liz Lykowski Memorial Tournament. For those of you who are unaware about this tournament is named for and played in honor of former Warrior Elizabeth Liz Lykowski. On October 5th, 2008, during her senior season, the defensive specialist tragically and suddenly lost her life to a congenital heart defect. Her jersey has been retired and is hanging along the Wall of Honor in the Schaefer Center, and it was inducted into the Indiana Tech Hall of Fame in 2019 with the 2008 team that won the first ever conference title in program history and qualified for the NAIA National Championship, as well as ending the season 33-5. This tournament was put together in Liz's name to remember a wonderful person and teammate, a true warrior who helped create what Indiana Tech women's volleyball is today. We are also here to remember that being a part of a team is so special and that life can be short, so let's live every day to its fullest. We ask everybody to enjoy this wonderful tournament, every game of volleyball today. We're here with the 2 o'clock session. This side of the court, this is going to be court 1. And this game will be Lords versus West Virginia Tech. Lords, as many of you will know, a common name that you'll see floated around the NAIA as, well, a common name that you'll see hearing at Indiana Tech because they are a conference opponent of the Warriors. And as the first serve has gone underway, West Virginia Tech trying hard to save it. It goes just off the net, and the first point of the game will go to West Virginia Tech. West Virginia Tech with the serve. A set. An attempt to kill did not go their way. West Virginia with a chance to respond. Lords is going to keep it. A spike downward. West Virginia trying to go on the outside. Will be dug by Lords. And they're going to hit it out, and it's going to be another point for West Virginia Tech. 2-0 in favor of the Golden Bears. As West Virginia Tech getting ready to take their third serve of the afternoon. So with the 2 o'clock session, as West Virginia looks like they just committed a serving error, so it will be a point for Lords. Checking to make sure I correct, and yes, I was. So on the other court at this time period, you will see IU Southeast versus St. Ambrose, which you can see on our other stream for court 2 at the Indiana Tech Athletics website. Here with Summit City Sports, I'm your host, Aaron Farley, as Lords dangerously close to letting the ball fall on the outside. West Virginia is going to get it over. A hard spike down from Lords. West Virginia trying to get around the defender, does not. The Lords wall does keep it down. A pass, the set, the shot, and it's going to go into the stands and be a point for Lords. So tying the set up 2-2 so far. Lords on the table to serve. We're going to take a quick look at this Lords roster. Serving right now in the number 2 jersey is Arlena Willer, the junior from Perry Big, Ohio. She's a defensive specialist. It appears. Oh, and a hard shot from Lords. That was Jolie Saab, the senior. And that's going to give Lords their first lead of the game. Now, for those of you familiar with volleyball tournaments, the way they're done, they're playing on smaller courts, and the sets only go to 3 instead of 5. But it's the same thing as normal, 25 points to get the victory, as West Virginia dangerously close to letting that one fly. They're just going to give it, and then a misread by West Virginia as Lords will score their 4th point for the game. Arlena Willer back to serve again. But as I was saying, volleyball tournaments, typically, they'll be much more on the outside. You will have basically a half-court game with 2 games being played at once generally. West Virginia Tech getting the point on that one. So they're going to even the score a little bit more. An even start so far, only 4-3 in favor of Lourdes. Now the games do still go 225 like a normal volleyball game. Typical volleyball game, you'll have 5 sets, each to 25 points, except for the 5th set, if it's needed, they will only do a 15-point set. And the same thing with this, but reduced, it's a best of 3 instead. So the 3rd set will only be a 15-pointer if needed. Same with the rest of volleyball rules, win by 2. If it comes to it, they'll go to higher scoring, but someone's got to win by 2. As West Virginia Tech getting the point of that one, it rolled right off of Willer. We're going to take a quick look at this Golden Bears lineup. As the serve going to be taken by Miriam Garcia Isabel. She takes the serve, swings it. Lourdes on the shot. They are going to get the point as it went off the hands of the Golden Bears defender. An easy way to get a good score there in volleyball. If you can't get it around the defender, try and get it off their hands and going the out-of-bounds line. I believe that was off of Golden Bears number 12, Ivana Burgos. A quick shot by Wooding of the Golden Bears. Setting it to their libero. Blocked by the Golden Bears. Lourdes passing it. Attempted kill, no go there. West Virginia is going to knock it gracefully over. Lourdes setting it back up again. A spike tipped by the defenders. It's gonna be close. Lourdes has to get this one. They do get it over. Golden Bears going for it, and the swing is too hard. Burgos swung a little too hard on that one, giving Lourdes another point. It's going to be 7-4 in favor of Lourdes. Service by Rachel Allison. Was unfortunately a serving error and did turn into a point for the Golden Bears. It's Haley Irvin with the serve as Lourdes will get the point on that one. It's going to be an 8-5 lead for the Lourdes Grey Wolves. As Jolie Staub, who took a serve earlier, is going to be taking the next serve. She's an outside hitter from Toledo, Ohio. And a senior, and Lourdes will get the point on that one. Golden Bears fumbled with it a little bit, could not get it over the net. A brief talking to from their coach, and we will go to the next volley. Staub to take the serve again. She's going to serve it down the middle. Quick pass from the Golden Bears down to the outside hitter. It's just going to go out and be another point for Lourdes as they breach double digits. It's going to be 10-5. It's only a soft double, but the Lourdes does have double the Golden Bears points right now as they're going to try and rally here. The spike there made by Johanna Tester, the freshman outside hitter, who just could not quite get it past that net, turning it into a point for the Golden Bears. as they're going to try to erase a 4-point deficit here. They're going to get another point off of the block there. Serve was taken by Addison White, who will be back to serve again. Good news for Lords is that this is not rally scoring. Golden Bears would have secured that point even with it. Rally scoring, for those of you who do not know, volleyball had a change in recent years where rally scoring was disabled, no longer a part of the rules. But the way rally scoring used to work is only the team who serves could score the point. So for those of you tuning into us for the first time and you haven't watched volleyball in a couple years, there's an important thing to know that no longer exists. You can score any time the ball is served, no matter who serves it, as Lords will score again and go up 11-7. Lords to take the serve. It's Iana Carbasis. If I say anybody's name wrong, I truly apologize, as Lords will get the point there. They're going to go up 12. Oh, my apologies. That was, in fact, a point for the Golden Bears. It's going to be a serve for Ivana Burgos again. And the Golden Bears erupting as they do gain another point there. It's going to be 9-11 in favor of Lords. Lords trying to hold on to their lead. Their coach giving a little talking to real quick. Been a pretty even game so far as Burgos goes to serve again. Lords trying to rally it. Gets the spike. It's going to go over, and Lords will go to 12. 3-point lead for the Gray Wolves over the Golden Bears. Do very similar mascot names, if anyone noticed that. An adjective of color followed by an animal mascot. A common thing in the mascot world, but pretty interesting to have two teams both share that. Lords up 12-10 as the Golden Bears score another point there. It's going to be Yukari Blancard back to serve. Lords trying to get him out. They just couldn't get it over the net there. It's going to be a 12-11 game, as it's now only a 1-point game for the Golden Bears. Bringing it back a little bit. Was a 5-point deficit closer to the start. And you're going to hear the noise in here pick up a little bit. That's because the game to our right is getting ready to start. If you guys tune in on our other channel, we've got IU Southeast versus St. Ambrose. I can tell already just from looking at it, IU Southeast in the red and white, St. Ambrose in the blue, the multi-blue, as they've got both a more cyan blue as well as the darker blue. Meanwhile, back to the game we're at. Lords has scored, which I will put on the board. 13-11 in favor of the Gray Wolves. Lords going to miss that one, and the Golden Bears going to capitalize off of it. The dig just going a little bit far to the out-of-bounds side to where Lords could not get it. It's going to be a 13-12 lead in favor of Lords. But the Golden Bears to set. Set taken by Anais Gonzalez. A spike from Lords. Cannot quite get anything out of that. It's going to be a shot from the Golden Bears in response. A bit of net play, and the Golden Bears will get the point there as they will tie the game. 13-13. We're at 13-all, everybody. This will be a really bad game for someone to have triskaidekaphobia. as Gonzalez will take another serve, but it will be a serving error, and that will end the fear of the 13th. As the Lords will take a lead once more. Back corner serve there as the Golden Bears shooting back over. They got the net roll. Lord's going to go to the right side. Golden Bears do dig it. They're going to go. Blocked by Lords. They managed to get it up, but a nice, tricky shot from the Golden Bears. That hit there from Aniston Treadway as they're going to tie the game once again. 14 all. Treadway, a freshman for the Golden Bears program. A hard shot from Lors from the far left to the center. Golden Bears get it over. Set. It's going to be out on Lord. They're going to call it. The line judge is going to give a different answer, and Lords will get the point. Lords, the Gray Wolves maintaining a lead here, 15-14. So they're going to take the serve. It's going to be a serve from Rachel Allison. Rachel Allison, a long serve to the back middle. Golden Bears going from that right side. Keeping it alive. But they're going to find the hole and find a weakness in the center of the Lords squad. And it's going to be 15 all. A very close game so far. Been tied for a lot of it. Takes it right. Lords with a set. Lords with a shot. And it is going to be a kill as the Golden Bears cannot find a way to get it back. So Lords going to keep the lead here. And they're going to give it to Julie Saab again for the set. Jolie Saab, my apologies. She's going to go to the middle. A set there. A hit from Addison White. As Jordan Tester is going to hit it back for Lords, and they're going to get the point there, extending their lead by 2. 17-15 in favor of the Gray Wolves. They have not let up their lead for a while here. It has gotten as close as tied, though. Been as far apart as 5 in favor of the Gray Wolves. Golden Bears have not been absent of a lead, however. They did start out with the first 2 points of the game. A hit and a block from their center, Blanca Savat. Their middle getting a solid block there. She almost blocks again, but it does go through her hands. However, they're going to go to Tester on the right side. The Golden Bears trying to do the same, but they did not get the side hit. Lord's going to extend their lead a little bit. They just couldn't get it over the net, and a timeout is going to be called. Timeout from the Golden Bears. We're going to keep it here during the timeout, as these timeouts tend not to take all that long. They're going to take a quick huddle. And then out of the huddle, they're going to be right back into play. The Golden Bears already taking the field now. Lord's still huddling a little bit longer. As we're going to start seeing the players take the field. Lord's now coming onto the field as well. And they're going to have Saab go in the back to serve. Here comes the serve. It's going to go to that right side. A set. A kill for Lords, and it's gonna go to the Golden Bears. It will not. Well, they do give it to Lords. Lords actually up by 5 again, 20-15. I must have missed a point there. The Golden Bears hit it out. The Lords lead extending. Largest lead of the night, of the day so far. Can't really say night at 2:22 in the afternoon. 21-15 lead for Lords, a 6-point lead. Saab goes to serve. Back left corner. Point for the Golden Bears. It'll be a serving error. This is now a 21-16 game. Drawing it back to only a 5-point lead. The Golden Bears with a chance to respond here. The back left side. Lords getting hit, blocked. It's going to go to Lords, as there was a net touch on the Golden Bears. And Lords is going to go back up by 6, 22-16 in favor of Lords. Lords having Karkabas on the serve. A float out of the Golden Bears and a spike down from Mia Carl. Lords going up 23-16, a 7-point lead as Lords is starting to really take over here. Karkabas in the back again, taking the serve, far left. Oh, and a strong kill from Johanna Tester. Lords taking fully over, an 8-point lead now for the Gray Wolves as they are on match point with only an ace away from taking the set. Left side, probably could have let that go out there. Golden Bears going to try and be sly and get over, but Lords will keep it. Tip from the Golden Bears. They're going to try and get over. Outside hit. Lords lets it fall. And Golden Bears are now going to take the set and the point. It's going to be 24-17. Still with some life. Outside hit from Tester, and it goes off of the hands of the Golden Bears, and Lords will take the set. So that's going to be the end of set 1 for Lords versus West Virginia Tech. 25-17 victory in favor of the Gray Wolves. We're going to be moving on to set 2 here in just a second. You're listening to Summit City Sports.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
You have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior.
And welcome back to day one of the Lykowski tournament. Once again, we are on court one with Lourdes and West Virginia Tech. Lourdes taking set one commandingly, 25-17. A pretty back and forth match for most of it, but Lourdes really taking over at the end there. Some powerful kills out of their outside hitter, Johanna Tester, the freshman from Ohio, who you can see in the back left side in the number 1 jersey. That making all the difference there at their end, along with the rest of the squad. But starting off in the next set, not what you want to see after almost an instant ace out of the Golden Bears from their server, Yukari Blancard. She's going to go to the back right, and another one. What a shot! Whoa! We might have to look at the replay for that one later. That was an incredible ace. Almost a perfect target on the back right side of the blue line. Lourdes does get their first point as they will start the serving now, taking it from the dangerous hands of Blancard. A much needed break for Lourdes, who will get their second point as well. So a 2-2 tie so far here in set 2. The Golden Bears needing a victory here to force the third set. Otherwise, Lourdes will take it in 2. And Blancard, who had that great ace earlier, just sliding right out of her. We've already seen 2 of those, one by each team. As Lourdes will take the lead again. Going up 3-2. Oh, and a hard spike down out of Nevaeh Wooding, the senior, as the Golden Bears tie it up. It's going to be a serve from Anais Gonzalez again. Unfortunately, it does not look like we will have replays today. Another point there for Lourdes, actually 4-4 for both teams. So it's a tie game right now here in set 2. But some great opening plays from both sides as the serve going out of the hands of Arlena Willer. Lourdes not able to get it up. Way too many hits there. That was probably 5 hits. Only 3 are allowed. The Golden Bears getting the point there, taking a lead. Something much needed to prevent a 2-set shutout. A long serve. And it will be called out on the Golden Bears. That serve coming from Claudia Gomez, the outside hitter. Outside hit. The Golden Bears going off the hands. Lourdes trying to keep it in. They're going to get an opportunity to hit it. Golden Bears setting back up. They're going to give it. Lourdes setting it. Outside shot, wide open. An easy point for Jolie Saab as Lourdes goes up 6-5. Now in the number 21 jersey, the defensive specialist, Emma Coffey. And she will commit a serving error, going a little too far outside as the Golden Bears will tie it up 6-6. Jolie Saab, my apologies, it's Haley Irvin on the serve there as Lourdes will score another point. They're going to take the lead back, make it 7-6. As our coach having a brief conversation with Arlena Willer. As Rachel Allison will take a serve. She's going to go to that far right side. Golden Bears setting it. It's going to be a hard spike, but a little too far, and Lourdes will get the point there. It's going to be 8-6 in favor of Lourdes as Rachel is going to take another serve. Allison takes a serve. She's going to go to the far left. Golden Bears will dig it. It's going to be a hard hit to the right. Lourdes not calling it. They got a player falling over. They do get it over, and Golden Bears are going to get a hit. Blocked, but it will go off the hands of the defense, and Golden Bears will get the point there. It's going to be 8-7. So only down by 1 for the Golden Bears. Lourdes still with the lead here. As we're going to be seeing a serve from Addison White. And White's going to take a serve. She's going to go to the outside left. The set. A hit from Karkabaisis, but it's going to be given to the Golden Bears after a net touch from Karkabaisis. And it's going to be a tie game, 8-8. As they're going to give it back to White to serve once again. White with a serve. Far outside right. And the miscommunication there from the Gray Wolves, and the Golden Bears are going to go back on top. Not quite sure who was going to take it there. Emma Coffey was looking for help, but did not get any. So White's going to take another serve here. Actually, never mind, I had that right. Coffey gets the dig. Going to be looking to hit it. A little bit of a struggle. They do get the block. A whistle blown. Lourdes gets the point, and they're going to tie it back up. A little bit of confusion there out of the two teams as the ref blew the whistle while they didn't know who got it. Oh, and an ace for Jolie Saab off of the hands of Blanchard. As Lourdes is going to retake their lead, 10-9. Saab's going to go to that back right. A hard shot, but it's going to be dug by Saab. They're going to go outside to Tester, and it's going to be hit off the hands of White as the Gray Wolves will take a 2-point lead. Saab now to serve again, serving from the back left. She's going to go to the back right, but it's going to go out, and the Golden Bears are going to get a point back. And the serve. Ivana Burgos to take the serve here. Burgos serves it. She's going to go to the middle where Coffee is. Lord's going to get it back. Hard spike out of the Golden Bears. Tester's going to hit it to the back right. Blankard's all over it. They're going to go down and off of 2 Lords defenders as it will be a Golden Bears point. They're going to tie it up again. Saab couldn't quite get it up there. Went off of both Carcabasis and Saab. As White is going to be back to serve. My apologies, that's Burgos. Set to Tester. And Tester's going to get a kill again. Johanna Tester right now, the fist of the Gray Wolves. Just knocking down kills wherever they're needed. As Carcabase is going to take the serve. She's going to go to the back left. A serve and a hard hit. Almost hit me. Out of Aniston Treadway from Spain. Oh, my apologies. She's from Rupert, West Virginia. So hometown hero, actually. Not quite the... Almost misread her there. Getting the point there. And tying the game as the Golden Bears get another point and take the lead back. My apologies, that point was to Lords. Coach trying to tell Zoe Shuley what zone he wanted her to put it in. And it's going to be out off of Lords as the Golden Bears will get another point. 13 all. We're back here again. Very sorry to anyone with triskaidekaphobia. It's going to be an outside right serve. The set. And it's going to go off the Golden Bears and be a point for Lords. That hard shot from Allison. As Willard's going to take the serve here. Going to serve it from the back left. She's going to the far right. Hit on the outside, and it goes off the hands off of Allison. And it's going to be a point for the Golden Bears, who are going to tie it up at 14. The nightmare is over, Triskaidekaphobics. As Claudia Gomez taking the serve, she's going to go to that far left line there. And a hard serve, but blocked by the Golden Bears. Another hard block from Nevaeh Wooding as the Golden Bears are going to retake the lead 15-14. It's going to be a serve for the Golden Bears here. And they're going to give it to Claudia Gomez for the serve. She's going to go to the far left side, and it's going to go out and be a point for Lords. So we're going to tie it up at 15 all. Making a quick substitution, they brought back in Carcabasis, subbing in place of Mia Carl. And the Golden Bears will prepare as Coffee takes the serve, but she'll hit it a little too far, and the Golden Bears will take the lead again with a 16-15 lead for the Golden Bears. So West Virginia Tech looking to capitalize have not had many big leads, only a high of, I think, 2. Haley Irvin takes a serve. She's going to go to the left center. And she's going to get the dig there. They're going to swing on it. Lords is going to dig it out, though. They're going to give it to Saab. Golden Bears managed to get the point. And so here they are again with a 2-point lead, looking to capitalize. It's going to be another serve for Haley Irvin. Irvin from the far left. A dig. But going just out of bounds, as the Golden Bears will extend their lead. And Lords will call a timeout. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. You're listening to Summit City Sports. I'm Aaron Farley, your host, and we will be right back.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The 2 things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets, and also make sure you go to class, because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in homework.
As an international student, my advice for the freshmen is to not be afraid to make friends, because your friends here will end up being your family away from home.
Anything that you want to do, anything that you want to put on, anything that...
And welcome back to Indiana Tech as the teams take the field again. Lords up 1-0, but West Virginia Tech with the lead by 3 here right now. As West Virginia Tech is going to take the serve, they're going to go to the far right outside where Coffey's going to pick it up. And Allison's going to hit it. We're going to see what they call it. They do call it on the line. It's going to be a point for Lords, making that lead a little bit smaller. It's going to be an 18-16 point lead for the Golden Bears of West Virginia Tech. They're going to give it to a face that we have not seen today, Elena Dujarin for the serve, as she's going to set it. And a brief tap from Cole. And it's going to be a point for the Golden Bears, who are going to re-extend their lead to 3, 19-16. As Lords fumbling at the net and just not being able to get the play there. So they're going to give it back to Addison White for the serve. White goes right. They're going outside to Cole. And they're going to call it in, so they're going to bring the lead back to only 2, as Lords will take the serve back, and they're going to sub in Tester. Tester already with some mean swings on the day, as she's going to re-enter the court. Serve from Saab. Oh, and a hard block. But the Golden Bears just catching the Lords off guard there, getting it to that far left side and giving them the first to 20, making them the first to 20. As Burgos is going to take serve. She's going to go right down the middle to Coffey. Carcabesis taking the swing over. Off the hands of her Coffey. Tester trying to get it, but Golden Bears are going to let it go out. And now West Virginia Tech starting to take over here at the end of the second set. A 4-point lead for the Golden Bears, 21-17. As Burgos takes a swing, she goes down to the center again. They're going to go outside to Tester, but the Golden Bears able to dig it out this time. They're going to Tester again on that right side. Can't quite get it over, but they do eventually get it. The Golden Bears taking their swing, and it goes off the hands of Carcabesis, and it's going to be another point for the Golden Bears. 22-17. Lords is going to use their second timeout. And we're going to keep it here as the Golden Bears getting the rally that they need on the verge of forcing a fifth set. We're going to take a look at that previous set really quick. The previous set ending pretty commandingly in favor of the Gray Wolves, 25-17. And much the same flavor as this set, just with a different outcome so far. In that set, the Gray Wolves and Golden Bears going tit for tat, fighting the whole way, but then right at the end, the Gray Wolves just taking over and taking a commanding 8-point victory. And right now, we kind of see the Golden Bears doing the same thing. They've been going tit for tat for most of the set, but after having an 18-15 lead, the Golden Bears have actually capitalized and extended it. Now it's 22-17. As they're going to take the set, it's going to go down the center to Coffee. Carcabase is going to swing it over. More of a tip, though. They're going to go to Tester on the right side. Tester's going to take another swing. The ref's going to call it and give it to Lords. So a little bit of a smaller lead. We'll see if they can make this interesting here at the end of the second set. It is only 22. Still plenty of time for Lords to come back. They are not out of this at all. 22-18. A very manageable deficit. As Carcabasis is going to take the serve. She's going to go to the far middle. They're going to go the outside, and they're going to go out. It's going to go to Lords again. So 2 straight points for the Gray Wolves. They do not want to go to a third set. The Gray Wolves are hoping to end this here, trying to make a comeback. As Carcabasis is going to swing from the back left. She's going to go to the mirror of that side. They're going to go outside. And a quick tip down and an easy point for the Golden Bears. What a good shot from Eden Miller, the sophomore middle. Lords having 2 defenders all over that. Would have been an easy block, but she just tips it right at them and lets it fall right down their arms. Blancard taking the serve, who got that beautiful ace for the second point earlier. And it's going to be out, but it was tipped by a Golden Bear, so Lords getting the point there. Things getting very interesting in this second set. It's a 23-20 lead for the Golden Bears, dangerously close to forcing a third set, but Lords not out of it. They're both over 20 now. Takes the serve. Golden Bears looking to swing, and they're going to get it. The Golden Bears going to 24. It's match point for them. That was Nevaeh Wooding on the swing there, who got it just out of the reach of Tester. As Gonzalez going to take the serve here, hoping for an ace. They're looking to bring it to a third set. And a hard swing and a quick point for Lords. Not done fighting yet. And that's exactly what you want to see out of a team that's down. You just want to see them getting it easy. Just pass, set, kill. Taking what the defense gives you there. As Willer takes the serve, she's going to go to that far right side. Allison's going to go to the center. As the Golden Bears swing it down, they need someone on it, but they don't get it in time. Coffee just not there fast enough. As the Golden Bears do take the second set, we're going to go to 3 sets here at the Schaefer Center. So a 25-21 victory there for the Golden Bears, who rally there off of some great plays. We're going to highlight a couple of those real quick. Some great hits and blocks from Nevaeh Wooding and some great serves out of Blanchard, along with some great play from the rest of the cast, as the Golden Bears forcing a third set. Third set only going to be going to 15. Stay tuned with us. You're listening to Indiana Tech with Summit City Sports. I'm Aaron Farley, your host, and we will be right back.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next step with an online degree from Indiana Tech. Start with a visit to one of our 2 new Chicago area enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette. You'll discover a wide range of affordable undergraduate and graduate degrees with flexible class schedules designed to fit your lifestyle and help you earn a degree sooner than you'd expect. Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
And welcome back to the Liz Lykowski Memorial Tournament. I'm your host, Aaron Farley, here with Summit City Sports. As the teams are getting ready to break their huddles, we are getting ready for the third round of Lords versus West Virginia Tech. The Gray Wolves versus the Golden Bears. As the ref blows the whistle, the Golden Bears are walking onto the court. The Gray Wolves soon to follow. And here what we have, we've had 2 teams fighting a hard battle here. Lords taking a commanding first set victory, 25-17, but then the Golden Bears really commanding the end while Lords was still fighting, taking a 25-21 victory in the second set. And we're going to be going to third set. Now with the third set, it is 1-15, and they're going to switch sides after someone hits 8 points. Once again, with these tournament plays, only lasting 3 sets compared to the normal 5 sets of a volleyball match. The Golden Bears clapping each other's hands, getting ready for this battle. Lords doing the same, as they're going to start with Lords serving. It's going to be a serve from Zoe Shuley, the sophomore setter from Shakopee, Minnesota. As she's going to be serving from the back left, going all the way to the back right. The Golden Bears setting a hard swing out of Treadway. Another player who played brilliantly during that previous game with some hard swings, catching Lords off guard, as the Golden Bears do get the first point of this set, taking a quick 1-0 lead. As Blanchard will go back to serve again. Coffey's got it. They're going to go to Allison, who swings it down. Lords tying it up. That was Rachel Allison, the redshirt senior outside hitter from Ohio, with the hard spike there for the kill. Treadway gets it over the line there. Tester going to float it over. Blanchard almost on it. The Golden Bears trying to figure out who wants it, but they hit the net. And it's going to be a point for Lords again, who's going to take a 2-1 lead. As Jolie Saab going to take a serve, going to the back middle. A set and a block a clean block from Mia Carl as Lourdes takes a 3-1 lead here in the third set. Jolie Staub going to get it back to serve again. And she's going to go to the same spot, the back middle. They're going to set it for Treadway, who hits it out, and it's going to be another point for Lourdes. Lourdes with a commanding 4-1 lead here in the third set. Still manageable for the Golden Bears, but they need to get something on the board here. This set only goes to 15, so you got to be quick and decisive here. It's going to be a quick tip from Wooding. Allison to hit it over. Wooding trying to get a block there. A commanding force in the center so far. And the set goes to Tester, who has that mean swing, and she gets another one. A 5-1 lead for the Grey Wolves. Absolutely dominating this first part of the third set as we're going to take a timeout. And by we, I mean the Golden Bears, and we're going to be right back with you. Stay tuned. You're listening to Indiana Tech Athletics here at the Schaefer Center. I'm your host, Aaron Farley, and we'll be right back.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next step with an online degree from Indiana Tech. Start with a visit to one of our 2 new Chicago area enrollment centers in neighborhood.
And here we are back at the Lykowski Memorial Tournament as Jolie Cobb is getting ready to take the serve here for the Grey Wolves, who have taken a commanding 5-1 lead here in the third set. The Golden Bears putting on a brilliant second set, forcing the third. A serving error out of Cobb as the Golden Bears get a desperately needed break. It's going to bring it to a 3-point lead for the Grey Wolves, a 5-2 lead for Lourdes, as the Golden Bears will be taking the serve here, going with Gonzalez in that back middle, taking the serve. She's going to go to the back left. Lourdes going to set it for Tester. She's going to hit the net, and it's going to roll over. Blanchard setting it to Treadway. They can't get it over. It's going to be a point for Lourdes. 6-2 in favor of the Grey Wolves, as they're going to give it to Coffey for the serve. Emma Coffey in the specialty jersey. For Lourdes, as they're going to set it. They're going to go to Tester. They're going to set it to the right. Golden Bears going to their hard hitter themselves, and they get a result out of it, bouncing off of the Lourdes defenders. Treadway gets the shot there. Aniston Treadway hitting that one off the hands, as she will walk out for a water break and be subbed out. Tester trying to get the floater, but they can't get it over the Golden Bears. That was Addison White stopping Tester there. And now things are really heating up here in the third set. A 6-4 lead in favor of Lourdes. And a hard swing over from Allison. Rachel Allison of the Grey Wolves taking the lead further for Lourdes, 7-4, only needing one more point to force the side switch. Lourdes is going to give it to Layla Campbell to serve. She's going to go to the middle. Quick set. High in the air. She's going to dig it. Tester's going to give it over, as they're going to set it to Wooding, who's going to cross it to the left. Tester's going to take a swing off the hands of Wooding. They can't get it. Blanchard just misses it. It's going to be a point for Lourdes. 8-4 in favor of Lourdes. They're not going to switch the sides right now. My mistake. A set and off the hands of Dujarin. My apologies. Layla Campbell is on the Golden Bears. That was off of Dujarin as the Golden Bears take the serve back. It's 8-5 now in favor of Lourdes. As Lourdes will get another point there, taking a 9-5 lead. A tough moment there for the Golden Bears. Their freshman Haley Irvin tripping on the floor there. And the Golden Bears desperately need a response here. Willer serving. She's going to go to that back left. And that is not the response you want. Ace for Lourdes, going up 10-5. Only 5 points away here from victory, as they're going to give it back to Arlena Willer for the serve. Willer's going to go to the middle. Dig out there from the Golden Bears. And not sure what happened there. It looks like we're gonna renege this one. That's a euchre term, not a volleyball term, for those of you who are into card games. And the Golden Bears still struggling here. Lourdes is gonna further their lead. It's 11-5 right now. A commanding lead for the Gray Wolves. The Golden Bears in desperate need of an answer. It was a close fight there for a while, but these past couple minutes, Lourdes has just taken over. The plays of Tester, Allison, and the rest of the cast for Lourdes have been absolutely dominating the Golden Bears in the last minute or so, the last couple rallies. As the Golden Bears really struggling to find their way to stop what Lourdes is laying down. We're going to come back. Willer's going to go to that back middle. A dig, a pass. That was White with the swing there. They're going to get it over, and they just can't get it. They just couldn't dig it. And Lourdes is going to get another point there. It's going to be 12-5. The serve going back to Willer once again. And the Golden Bears needing to get some kind of, and they get nothing. It's going to be an ace for Willer. As Lourdes takes a 13-5 lead. Outside hit, and she does get it over. A point for the Golden Bears. Finally getting the desperate break they're needed. That was Burgos with the shot there. As they're going to make some substitutions, bring in some more players. They've got Blancard back in. Oh, they got the rollover. Just barely keeping it alive as Lourdes. Oh, but the Golden Bears self-destructing on that one. After putting Lourdes on the back foot, they couldn't get it over the net. And it's going to be a serve for Carcabasis of the Gray Wolves. And it's match point for the whole game. As she's going to take the swing, and it's going to go right out. And that's it. It's over. It's a 15-6 win for the Gray Wolves. Oh, my apologies. They're still going. Maybe this isn't a 3. And a hard swing for the Golden Bears. As apparently I don't know what I'm talking about. And it's going to be 15-7 in favor of Lords. And the Golden Bears getting another point there. It's going to be 8-15. Oh! And a brilliant hit out of Treadway once again. Treadway has really changed the feel of the Golden Bears offense while she's on the court, giving them a hard hitter. Blanchard gets the dig there. They're going to go to the middle, but Lords is going to get it over. And just like that, they get another 2 points as Lords taking a 17-9 lead. Well, stay with us, folks, because this one's likely going to 5 now. They're going to call it for Lords. But even if it does, man, this third set has been dominated by the Gray Wolves. It is 18-9. As Shula takes the serve there. They're going to go from the outside. Hit from Miller. Blanchard gets the dig. They're going to go to Treadway, and she does get the point. The Golden Bears finally getting into double digits as they're going to bring Wooding back on the court. And if you're the Golden Bears, this is almost exactly what you want right now. You want the digs and the serving from Blanchard with the hard hitting and center play of Treadway and Wooding, as well as Burgos on the court in the far right. But it did not matter there as Lords gets another mean swing down, and it's going to be 19-10 as they're going to go back to Jolie Saab for the serve. Jolie Saab taking a mid shot. And it's going to go to the Golden Bears for that one, 19-11. So getting a little bit closer here. The Golden Bears starting to rally a little bit, trying to fight back here. They changed the score. They changed the call. It's now 20-10, a 10-point lead for the Gray Wolves. Oh, but a hard shot out of Wooding. Maybe the old adage of ball never lies does apply here. Dig from Lords. They're going to go outside. Blanchard digs it. Digs the hit from Tester. Burgos, oh, they just can't get it in time. Just off of the fist of Gonzalez as the Gray Wolves get another point. They're up 10 once again, 21-11 in favor of the Gray Wolves of Lords as Coffey is going to take the serve here in the specialty white jersey. She's going to go to the far right. Blanchard digs it. They're trying to pass it. They get it to Burgos, who gives it over. They're going to give it to Allison. Blanchard sets it, and it's blocked, but it goes out of bounds and is a point for the Golden Bears. I almost took a point away from them. So now we've got inverse scoring here. It's 21-12. 2-1-1-2. as the Golden Bears are going to get to serve here. Serve from Claudia Gomez. And this time, Lourdes hits it off of the hands of Wooding. And it's going to be a 22-12 lead for the Gray Wolves. They're going to give it to Elena Dujarin again for the serve. The sophomore setter. She's going to go to that far right side. They're going to give it to Wooding in the middle, and she gets it she threads the needle between the defenders, and it's going to be 22-13. As Wooding and Blanchard are going to come out of the game. But what a way to leave from Wooding. As the Golden Bears are going to get the set there. Coffey digs it. They're going to go on the far outside, but the Golden Bears not there, and Lourdes is going to get the point. Bit of a miscommunication there from the West Virginia Tech side. Didn't look like they knew where the ball was going to go as the 10-point lead returns for the Gray Wolves. As Willer is going to be the server for this one. She's going to go to that middle again. The Golden Bears trying to set it. An outside hit, but can't get it over the net. It's going to be another point for the Gray Wolves at match point now. For sure this time. I promise you I'm right this time about it. 24-13 in favor of Lourdes as Willer is going to serve it over. And the Golden Bears getting it. Burgos hitting it over. And they're resetting. They're going to hit it. And the dig's not in time, and Lourdes will take the set. So that one, even further commanding lead for Lourdes as they take it 25-13. And they're going to switch sides again. It looks like this one is indeed going to 5. So once again, Lourdes 25, West Virginia Tech 13 for this set. And that will end set 3 as we go to set 4. I'm Aaron Farley, your host here with Summit City Sports. We'll be right back after this short break.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The two things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets, and also make sure you go to class because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in homework.
As an international student, my advice for the freshmen is to not be afraid to make friends because your friends here will end up being your family away from home.
Anything that you want to do, anything that you want to put on, anything that you want to showcase on campus, you can. There's always people around to help you do what you want to do here.
Make sure that you always take time for yourself to make sure that you're okay, because college can be very overwhelming as far as like schoolwork and friends and sports and just like everyday life. Always just make sure that you get what you need to get done.
It's important to have a relationship with your professors because you become more personable with them. You start to engage in the material more. They can give you recommendations, especially once you get out of college. You definitely want to put them down as like references. And if you have a better personal relationship, it just makes the whole learning experience go smoothly.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech?
And we're back here with set 4 as the ladies are underway here. We're going to get the scoreboard on the board. Lord's taking that commanding 2-1 set lead. As it turns out, we are going to 5 here. Lord's almost threading the needle there, not quite getting it. They're going to go again, but they can't get it over. It's going to be a point for the Golden Bears. As Blanchard is going to take the serve from the back right. She's going to go right to the middle, and what a hit. Blanchard with another amazing serve. As the Golden Bears going to take a 2-0 lead over Lourdes. And this is exactly what you want to see out of the Golden Bears, because this is exactly what happened in set 2, where they took that one game they have so far. Lourdes going to cross it. It's going to be a point for them. The Golden Bears getting the block there, but it going out of bounds. And a great job hitting it off the hands. It's going to be a serving error out of Saab. And the Golden Bears going to get another point there. It's going to be a 3-1 lead in favor of the Golden Bears of West Virginia Tech. They're going to give it to Gonzalez to serve from the back middle. She's going to go to that left side, and it's going to be an ace for her as Tester hits it right out. The Golden Bears having the same type of start here that the Gray Wolves did in the previous one. A 4-1 lead for the Golden Bears. As Gonzalez is going to take another swing. She's going to go to the left side again. Tester does dig it this time. They're going to cross to Allison at the right. Golden Bears getting the dig there as Treadway is going to swing it. Trying to get over the fenders. Doesn't quite get it. Coffey's going to set up Allison. Tester's going to try and drive it down. The Golden Bears keeping it side, but just not enough as Lourdes will get it. It's going to be 4-2 in favor of the Golden Bears still, with the Gray Wolves climbing back. Still early here in the fourth set. Lourdes on match set, by the way. So if Lourdes does take this set, no matter what, the game will end. As the Golden Bears get their 5th point. Now just needing to do that another 5 times in order to take the set. And Tester cannot get it over the net there. Trying to take another one of her powerful swings, but just cannot clear it. As the Golden Bears are going to take a 6th point. It's going to be another 4-point lead as they're going to go to that back middle. It's going to be a serving error for the Golden Bears and a point for the Gray Wolves. So Lourdes getting a serve there. They're going to go to that middle. A setup, but it is dug by Lourdes. And Tester's going to swing it over to the right side. Blanchard's going to dig it as they're going to cross it over to Coffey on the Lourdes side. And then Lourdes is going to get the point off of the swing from Taylor Cole, the freshman middle blocker. as they're going to close in the gap here. It's 6-4 in favor of West Virginia Tech. Jarin took the serve there. Lord's keeping it alive. They're going to go to Tester. Really favoring that cross to the right with Tester. And they're going to do it again. It's going to be a point for the Golden Bears, as Tester could not quite get it over. That move working very well in the first and third sets, but not quite as deadly so far in this one as well as the second. But the Golden Bears not on top of that one. It goes straight down. Another point out of Cole, and it's going to be a 5th point for Lords, who now also just needs to do that 20 more times. Or for the multiplication lovers, 5 times. As the Golden Bears hit it out, that was Emily Stack going a little too far on that one. And Lord's inching closer and closer. It's only a 1-point lead for the Golden Bears. And it's an ace for the Gray Wolves. And now it's a tie game, and that's exactly what you don't want. As West Virginia Tech, you don't want Lords to feel like they're in control. Lords already having the 2-1 lead, only needing one more for the win. And the Gray Wolves get another ace. That's 2 straight aces for Arlena Willer. And Lords is going to take their first lead of the 4th set. It's 8-7 now in favor of the Gray Wolves, as Willer's going to take another serve. She's going to go to the back middle, but she goes a little too far, and that's going to tie it up for the Golden Bears. As they're going to take their own serves now. Addison White on it from the back. Addison White takes a serve. She goes to the far right. They're going to give it. And it just can't get it over, but the ref does give it to Lords. So they're going to take a 1-point lead once again. West Virginia Tech really thinking they got it there, but it did in fact go to Lords there. They're going to go to Blanchard. Quick pass. A little tip from Stack, as the Golden Bears are going to get the point there. Stack tipping it over, and Lords not able to get it back, as they're going to give it to Burgos to take the set here, the serve. Quick pass, the tip, a dig from the Golden Bears. Another hit from Stack, and it goes down once again. Emily Stack with a couple points here now. The senior, another hometown hero. A lot of hometown heroes on this West Virginia squad. A lot of people from the state that their team is aptly named for, as they're keeping it alive. They hit it over there. Cross to the right. Desperately trying to get it over. They do get it, so it will stay alive. So they're going to go to Saab for the hit there, who does. Oh, they give it. Yeah, they do get the hit there. And Lords will tie it up. I didn't even realize that the Golden Bears took the lead. It's 10-all. Very back and forth, this one. Making this 4th set very interesting so far. Quick set, and it's gonna go out, and the Golden Bears getting another point. They're gonna take the lead back 11-10. As Blanchard goes to the back to serve once again. Yukari Blanchard, the senior, from Kearneysville, West Virginia. Both of these teams with a lot of in-state athletes, a lot of West Virginians on this West Virginia Tech squad, a good amount of Ohioans for the Lord squad. As West Virginia Tech gets the point there. Gonzalez is going to serve it from the back. She goes to that middle. And it's a quick tip and a point for Lords as they're going to tie it up. This fourth set really getting interesting here. It's 12-all. The Golden Bears needing to pull away here to force a fifth to try and keep their hopes of taking this alive. Lords going to that far right. That's Coffee on the serve there. A hard swing down the middle, but it is dug by Saab. And it's tipped around by the Golden Bears and a point for Lourdes, who's going to take the lead back. It's 13-12 in favor of the Gray Wolves as Coffee is going to take another serve from the back left corner. She's going to go to the middle, and it's going to be a serving error and a point for the Golden Bears. Couldn't quite get it over the net there as they're going to bring out Miriam Isabel, one of the non-West Virginians on the Golden Bears roster from Spain. As Tester's going to try to cross it over, but hits the net again. And it's a point for the Golden Bears, who take the lead back. Tester has been brilliant all game with these far side crosses, but starting to really miss a couple late here as the Golden Bears are going to get another point. I believe it was Allison who hit that one a little too far as the Golden Bears take a 2-point lead, 15-13. This is exactly what you want for them. They need to extend this lead in order to keep their hopes of staying in the game alive. Coffey's going to dig the serve there. A wild hit over from Karkabasis, but it goes too far to the left. And that is going to extend the lead for the Golden Bears. It's 16-13 now. A hard swing over, dig by Tester. They're going to go back to her, try and do that cross scan, but she misses it again. It's going to be 17-13 for the Golden Bears. The Gray Wolves are going to take a timeout. And Tester, who has been absolutely brilliant all game, really starting to miss some of these crossing hits that have been her bread and butter all afternoon. We're going to let the teams take their quick huddles here, and then we'll be right back. You're listening to Summit City Sports. We're going to take a short ad break, but then we will be back. I'm Aaron Fowler, your host, and we'll see you in a minute.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything.
And psych, we're actually going to be right back here as we come back to the game. Lords versus West Virginia Tech. West Virginia Tech with the serve here. Serve by Isabel. Lords trying to thrum it down. Threads the needle a little bit, but West Virginia Tech doing the same thing back. Lords still keeping it alive. Coffee going to hit it over. As West Virginia Tech setting it, they're going it to Wooding. Coffee going to set it to Allison. Now it's going to be a hit from A long volley this one. Tester breaks the ice there, getting the point there. A much needed kill from Tester, who has been swinging hard all afternoon so far, dismantling the Golden Bears early, but really starting to struggle here late, getting a much needed kill there and bringing it to a 3-point deficit for the Grey Wolves. They're going to give it to Wooding, who's going to hit it hard, but the Grey Wolves are going to dig it. They're going to go to Cole for the swing, but Blanchard will get it back. The Golden Bears getting the point there, extending their lead back to 4. I'm not quite sure if a Grey Wolf touched that at the end, but we will give them the benefit of the doubt. They're going to go to Cole on the outside. Oh, and a hard swing down again from Emily Stack. And a great way to stay alive in these games, these multi-set games, to really find your heroes late. Emily Stack really turning into one with a couple of hard swings already, keeping the Golden Bears alive as they have a commanding lead in this set. Not crazy commanding, only a 5-point lead. Almost threading the needle again was Burgos, as Tester's going to go hard to the right, but she goes a little too far. Another miss at a Tester, and the Golden Bears are the first to 20. And Lords is going to take another timeout. As we're going to go on break really quick. We'll be right back after this short message. I'm Aaron Farley, your host, and this is Summit City Sports. We'll be back.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
And welcome back to Game 4 of Lords versus West Virginia Tech. I'm your host, Aaron Farley, and the swing is underway as Coffey takes the dig and Cole's going to take the shot, but it's going to be a point for the Golden Bears. Quite an intro for joining back with us as the Golden Bears take a commanding 7-point lead. And this being exactly what they needed as they're trying to take this to a 5th set and stay alive. And they get it to Karkabasis there, who will get the kill for Lords. As Willer is going to take the serve from the back left. She's going to go to that middle. Burgos keeping it alive, giving it over. They're going to go to Karkabasis with a tip down the center, but it's blocked. It's blocked by Stack, who's going to give another point to the Golden Bears. Emily Stack really emerging late. First two games, didn't quite see much of her, but these last two, she has been performing. As Saab is going to get it over. And a swing out of Burgos is going to get the Golden Bears their 23rd point of the set. Burgos, a very consistent player for the Golden Bears so far, but also starting to emerge here late as Stack struggles to get that one over. And Lords is going to get a point back on the board, going up to 16. It's 23-16 in favor of the Golden Bears. Oh, and what a dodge by Blanchard. Almost making it look like it was going to hit her, but she does dodge out of the way as the Golden Bears are on match point here in the fourth set. That's Burgos taking the serve there. They're going to give it to Cole, trying to thread the needle. They don't quite kill it as the Golden Bears do slide it back, but Lords will get the point. 24-17. The ref of the Golden Bears having a quick word with the ref as the Gray Wolves will take the serve. They're going to give it to Stack to swing it, but she does not get it over as the Gray Wolves will get another point there. It's going to be a serve for the Gray Wolves, Zoe Shuley, the sophomore from Minnesota, to take it. She's going to cross to that far left side. Oh, and the kill out of Treadway, who was the main swinger for the Golden Bears in the early sets, as they are going to take the fourth set 25-18. An even more commanding win for the Golden Bears. And that'll do it for set 4 as we go to set 5. A set 5 game, exactly what you love to see here at the Schaefer Center. Games 1 and 2 going to the Lords Grey Wolves, and games 2 and 4 going to the West Virginia Tech Golden Bears. Here we are for set 5. We're going to be right back as we get ready to have an awesome fifth set. You're listening to Summit City Sports, and we'll be right back.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
And welcome back once again to the Liz Lykowski Memorial Tournament here at the Schaefer Center, where Lourdes and West Virginia Tech have been in an epic struggle, going 2-2, tit for tat here, and we're going to a fifth set. And now we are going to tune in as we are getting ready for a fifth and final deciding set here between Lourdes and West Virginia Tech, between the Gray Wolves and the Golden Bears. Gray Wolves with the first serve. Emily Stack trying to bring it down. Lourdes is going to keep it. Allison's going to cross it over. A dig from the Golden Bears. And a swing by Treadway. That's going to be the first point. And Treadway continuing with her electric swings for the Golden Bears, as Blanchard is going to get the first serve for West Virginia Tech. Coffey's going to get the, is that there? Saab's going to go over, and they're going to give it. They're going to call it on the line, and it's going to be a point for Lourdes. Tied 1-1 here at the start of the fifth set. And it already feels like we're going to be getting the best of both teams here. Mia Krall on the serve there. The Golden Bears getting the point. Nevaeh Wooding getting it around the defense there, as the Golden Bears are going to get another opportunity to serve here. It's going to be Gonzalez with the serve. She's going to go to that middle side. And they're going to cross it to Saab. Threads the needle, but they keep it alive. Now Coffey, they're going to pass it to Karkabasis. Burgos is going to get it over. Karkabasis almost missed it, but kind of tricks them a little bit. And it's going to be out on the Golden Bears, and a point for Lourdes. Tied 2-2 here in the fifth set. They're going to give it to Allison for the serve. Rachel Allison has been a key player so far for this Gray Wolves squad. Blanchard with the dig there, a key player for the Golden Bears squad, and the quick cross there from Treadway, who gets the kill. Treadway keeping it up for the Golden Bears. We are really getting the best of both squads early, as it's 3-2 in favor of the Golden Bears. Isabel with the serve, going to that center. They're going to cross it over to Saab. Saab hits it out, and it's going to be a point for West Virginia Tech. Now for this last set, it is first to 15 with a change in court. I was wrong about the time earlier in the third set. Saab's going to try and hit over, and she hits it out again. Saab just putting a little too much power on these swings, as Lourdes is going to call a timeout. And they're going to talk about this as we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Summit City Sports with Indiana Tech Athletics at the Schaefer Center. I'm your host, Aaron Farley. Stay tuned.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next step with an online degree from Indiana Tech. Start with a visit to one of our 2 new Chicago area enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette. You'll discover a wide range of
And welcome back as we continue here. Carter Bay's trying to thread the needle, and they'll give it to the Golden Bears. As Lords is going to receive it here. Saab's going to try and thread the needle there. They're going to get it right back and try to go over. A little hit there. Trying to block it. It is Doug. They're going to go to Saab again. Oh, and a little bit of a trick there with Allison on the swing there. The Golden Bears still keeping it alive. Allison taking the dig there. As Saab is going to cross it over. A good rally here so far, but Lords capitalizing and getting the point there. Only a 3-point deficit now for the Gray Wolves. As Lords is trying to stay alive in the fight, and they're going to bring back in their power hitter of the game, Johanna Tester, in the number 1 jersey, as Saab's going to take the serve. Blanchard digs it. They're going to cross it over. It's going to be a point for Lords, as they're going to draw that lead in closer, 6-4. So far an even battle. The Golden Bears taking over for a second, but Lords taking it right back with 2 straight points. As Saab is going to go to that middle. Blanchard takes this dig. Burgos is going to swing it over. Coffey's going to put in the air. They're going to kick it out to Saab again. As Burgos is going to take another swing. Coffey on the dig. Carcabase is trying to get it over. Blanchard gets it. They're going to give it a swing over there. Coffey to set. Tester with the tip there, and Tester gets the kill. As Lords making this game even more intense, as the Golden Bears now are going to take a timeout. It's only a 1-point lead for the Golden Bears, 6-5. We're going to keep it here, as they're going to talk about this for a second. And we're just going to tone it down a little bit. All right, guys. For those of you listening, what we have been witnessing is quite an intense battle here so far between the West Virginia Tech Golden Bears and the Lords Gray Wolves. Sets 1 and 3 going to Lords. Sets 2 and 4 going to West Virginia Tech. Great fights out of both. Highlight performances from several of them. And great supporting casts all around, as it's still a close game here in the 5th set. Exactly what you want to see in a 5th set. This is the best of volleyball. It's like a game 7 in NBA playoffs. You love to see a set 5 in volleyball. As Saab is going to take the serve for Lords, he's going to go to Blanchard in the middle. They're going to cross it over to Burgos, who's going to try down the outside, but it doesn't touch a Lords player. So it's going to be a point for the Gray Wolves. They're going to tie it up 6-6 here. And Saab's going to take another serve. He's been serving for a minute. Saab with some great serving tonight. And the Golden Bears going to hit it out again, and they're going to take their first lead of the 5th set. Lords with a lot of momentum right now. Saab is just swinging over here. Tester gets the kill there. A little tip at the net. Lords is going to go up 2, and the sides are going to switch. Lords being the first to 8. As the ladies are going to switch sides here. We're going to keep it here as it's only going to take a second. They're going to keep it with Saab for the serving. As dug there by Isabel, they cross it to Burgos, who's going to cross it to the far right side. They're going to go to Tester. Tester's going to swing it. They're going to keep it alive, though. And Burgos is going to thread the needle there, but they keep it alive. They go back to Tester. They go to the outside line, and Isabel can't get it. She can't get the dig. And I almost took away for a point where I should have added one. It's 9-6 in favor of Lords. As Saab is going to get another serve here. Lords starting to take over now. Taking, I believe, 5 of the most recent points. They might have scored 6 straight here. But a much-needed break for the Golden Bears as Wooding threads the needle. And Wooding and Blanchard are going to come out. As the Golden Bears are going to get the serve now. Serve coming from Haley Irvin. Tester's going to tip it over. Haley digs it. They're going to cross it to Burgos. And it's a point for the Golden Bears. She just threads it off the fingers of a Lords defender. And it's a 1-point lead for Lords now as it's 9-8. The game continuing to being an even fight. This has been a great battle, and it's a serving error. I believe Haley Irvin crossed the line there. Lords is going to be the first to 10. It's going to be 10-8, 2-point lead for the Grey Wolves. As Carcabasis is going to take the serve. She's going to go to that far right side, and it's an ace for Carcabasis as the ball flies in the stands. 11-8, that could be a potential momentum shifter there. As Lords getting an ace there from Carcabasis, who's going to serve again here. She's going to go to that middle. They get it over the net. Tester's going to swing it, but it's blocked by Stack. And this time they can't thread the needle, and the Golden Bears get a point. Trying to hit it off the Golden Bears, but couldn't get any of them to touch it. As it's going to be 11-9 in favor of the Grey Wolves. Golden Bears taking the serve. And a low digger. Tester's going to swing it. And she gets rejected. That was Addison White putting it back down over Tester. And it's 11-10 now. A really close contest here in the fifth set. As White is going to take the serve. She's going to go to Coffey. They're going to give it to Allison. Blanchard digs it. They're going to cross it to Burgos, who tips it back to Allison. They're going to cross it to Tester to swing it down. Tester puts it down again. And it's 12-10 in favor of Lords. Tester is not missing her swings now. She is putting the hurt down on this this Golden Bears defense. Blanchard gets the dig there. Set. Lord's going to keep it alive. A little tip there. Blanchard, they're going to cross it to Burgos. They're going to go far to the right side. They're going to kick it to Allison. Blocked by Stack, and they keep it. The Golden Bears get the point. It's 12-11. I don't know about you watching at home, but I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Actually, I'm standing, but Burgos is going to take the serve. He's going to go to that far right side. The Golden Bears need something to break here. They've been in a 1-point deficit for a while. Treadway's back on the court. Both of the heavy swingers out. Stack's going to try and block it over. They're going to go to the right side. They get it around. It's got to be a point for the Golden Bears. And just as I say it, they tie it back up. It's 12-12 here in set 5. Lords is going to call a timeout. And we'll be right back, hopefully for the conclusion here. But this game is just getting interesting. We'll be back. You're listening to Summit City Sports.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to.
And we're going to be back early as the teams are retaking the field. The teams are retaking the field now as Burgos is going to serve it. She's going to go to that middle right side. They're going to set it, and they're going to thread the needle. That was Mia Carl on the point there, and Lords retakes the lead. 13-12 in favor of Lords as they bring off Tester. Willer to take the serve here. Tester and Carcabase is celebrating in the corner. They're going to kick it to Treadway, who attacks that left side. And it looked like a block, but a net touch by the Golden Bears. And Lords gets 2 points out of that. 14-12, the Golden Bears are going to call a timeout. And we're going to keep it here with how quick these timeouts are going. And we're just going to talk about the game really quick. We're going to highlight some of the excellent performances, as this game could be, this is match point for Lords. So if Lords gets this point here, they will win. So we're going to go ahead and talk about some excellent performances really quick. We're going to start with Johanna Tester, the freshman. You heard that right, freshman from Ohio, with the mean swinging out of the Lords side. Some great other performances. Jolie Saab with several aces this game and some great digging as well as some great hitting. Carcabasis and Allison also goes to for this Lord squad. Mia Carl with that recent point. Now the West Virginia Tech roster as we're getting ready to go back. And this could be it. They're going to give it to Treadway. And Treadway threads the needle. Golden Bears get a point. It's still match point for Lords, but Golden Bears need 1 point to stay alive. And everything is on this last point. And there's a highlight performer from the Golden Bears is Treadway, who's been playing excellently. Some others out. They're trying to keep it alive. They don't get it. Lords takes the win. They tried to get it from the out-of-bounds side, but she fell down, and they just couldn't get it. Lords takes the win there in a close final match, a 15-13 win in that final set. And great performances all around from both teams. I didn't quite get to touch on some of the great performances from West Virginia Tech. Nevaeh Wooding, the senior middle, playing great. Addison White, Miriam Isabel, Emily Stack really coming into play in the sets 3-5, really making herself known. And if we're going to talk about mean swinging, we have got to highlight the plays out of the number 20 jersey, Aniston Treadway, another freshman swinger from West Virginia with some devastating swings, keeping West Virginia Tech alive there almost in those final moments as they're going to clear off this court. And we're going to start to see players from the next game. We're going to talk about that next game real quick. The next game on this court is going to be Milligan versus West Virginia Tech for the 4 o'clock slot. They're going to be starting here pretty soon as it's already 4:02. On the right side, the 2 o'clock slot game still going. IU Southeast versus St. Ambrose, still alive and kicking over there. I take it they're probably in the 5th set. After that, it'll be IU Northwest versus IU Southeast. So Southeast will stay on the court. And in the same way, West Virginia Tech staying on this court. And then for the 6 p.m. slot, you're going to see the host team, the home team, Indiana Tech, the Warriors on the court, as we are all excited to see them play in this tournament. Thank you for watching, and we will be back with Court 1. You're listening to Summit City Sports.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
You're busy. You expect to say no sometimes. But what you didn't expect was a chance to say yes to a college degree while keeping your life. Indiana Tech is now offering Chicago area students undergraduate and graduate degree opportunities taught online by experienced faculty who care. Learn more at one of the new Indiana Tech enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette.
I can turn this in early? Sure, whenever you're ready.
Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change. And depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2, and he's one of the professors that teaches it, and he was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utang-Sioux and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate. If you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab, you need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
You're busy. You expect to say no sometimes. But what you didn't expect was a chance to say yes to a college degree while keeping your life. Indiana Tech is now offering Chicago area students undergraduate and graduate degree opportunities taught online by experienced faculty who care. Learn more at one of the new Indiana Tech enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette.
I can turn this in early? Sure, whenever you're ready.
Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change. And depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2. And he's one of the professors that teaches it. And he was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utang-Sioux and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate. If you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab, you need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
And good afternoon, everybody. We welcome you back to Indiana Tech as our third match coming up here on our second match, we should say, coming up on court number 1, as it will be the Milligan University Buffaloes taking on the West Virginia Tech Golden Bears. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us. Again, this will be the court where you will see Indiana Tech coming up later on tonight here on court number 1, as Aaron Farley will have you the rest of the way over on court number 2. So again, there will be a little bit of a delay between these two teams. We're trying to get the accurate timing. About 13 minutes from now is what we're looking at for these two teams, and for at least action continuing to get fired up here at the Schaefer Center today. Over on the opposite court, it was St. Ambrose winning it in 4, 3-1 over IU Southeast. That game, we are trying to find the clock. We don't see it from our vantage point here on court number 2 as it stands at the moment, but we can tell you, however, that we will have West Virginia Tech and Milligan coming up in the next 13 minutes right here on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel. Again, both courts in action. We will have the early advantage. We will be with you here tonight for the Indiana Tech game coming up at 6 p.m. tonight, the Liz Lykowski game, as it will be Indiana Tech taking on Milligan. Of course, there will be a 45-minute gap in between each game. So as it stands right now, you are looking at, with this starting in the next 12 minutes or so, the Indiana Tech game starting at about 6:30 p.m. If it were to go 4, or go 3, we should say, potentially 7:30 if it is going to go 5. So something to keep in mind here if you are looking for Indiana Tech. They're not playing just as of yet, but they will be playing coming up at 6 p.m. tonight as they take on Milligan. And with that, we will step aside, get you back in the broadcast booth coming up in just a little bit, as we'll have West Virginia Tech taking on Milligan coming up right here on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
You're busy. You expect to say no sometimes. But what you didn't expect was a chance to say yes to a college degree while keeping your life. Indiana Tech is now offering Chicago area students undergraduate and graduate degree opportunities taught online by experienced faculty who care. Learn more at one of the new Indiana Tech enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette.
I can turn this in early? Sure, whenever you're ready.
Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change, and depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2, and he's one of the professors that teaches it, and he just really was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utang-Sioux and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate. If you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab, you need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
We welcome you back to the Liz Lykowski tournament here on the Indiana Tech Athletics YouTube channel. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us. Coming up on court number 2 in just under 30 minutes, we'll have another matchup coming up for you, as it'll be IU Northwest taking on IU Southeast. But coming up here on this court, the court that you came to watch, it will be Milligan taking on West Virginia Tech. West Virginia Tech, as you just watched, got ever so closer to getting to win number 1 of the season, but fell just short in 5. Meanwhile, for Milligan, again, a Milligan team that, again, has always really tried to make themselves into the contention of the NAIA, and in fact, the team that has traveled the furthest out of anybody for this tournament in beyond belief, coming in as from Montana, as the Milligan Bluffs coming in for the 2025 Liz Lykowski tournament. As they got the win tonight, they go up to 2-6 on the season. Of course, they'll be taking on West Virginia Tech. They'll also go back-to-back and take on Indiana Tech coming up in just a little bit, as the teams are just getting set and on the court. And again, we will let you know, of course, too, how the teams are going to look as it stands. With Milligan, they're going to be in the black jerseys. You can see somebody throwing the chop shop on number 5 for Milligan, we should say. Or number 6, we should say. For Milligan, and number 6, Olivia Shrenestra, the Bluffton, South Carolina native. Meanwhile, for West Virginia Tech, they will be in the white jerseys, blue sleeves, and the Bear logo right in the middle. Milligan is going to be in the black jerseys with orange armbands and orange numbers on your screen, as we are ready to get underway here for this, the third match here on court number 2 today. Glad you're with us here on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel. As you can see, Milligan going to be to the left. Indiana Tech will be, or West Virginia Tech, we should say, will be on your right. As the teams get rotated and set, ready to go, we'll let you know for the starting rotations tonight for West Virginia Tech, I beg your pardon. You have Nevaeh Wooding wearing number 1. You have number 7 in Addison White, number 12 in Ivana Burgos, number 20 in Aniston Treadway. You have the libero, number 4 in Yukari Fuchardi Blanchard. You have number 3 in Eden Miller, and number 12 in Ivana Burgos. Meanwhile, for Milliken, again, making a long travel across the board here in Northeast Indiana. As we will get to that to you as, of course, as we say, the point gets on the board and in time for Milliken to make it 1-0. So from our vantage point, we can tell you have number 5 in Aaron Littleton, number 25 in Shelby Miller. As that's brought down from Miller on the opposite side, gets it off the tip and in. Make it 2-0. Number 3, Riley Bren. Number 22, the libero, and Grace Sanderson. She's going to be in the gray jersey here tonight. And number 10 in Kira Ryan, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina native. And number 24, Faith Wilson, coming from Kingsport, Tennessee. So again, Milliken going to be in the black. West Virginia going to be in the white jerseys. Tipped over, still kept live, back into West Virginia territory. Lobbed over in time, they go over to Miller. Miller again, lob back, tips down, got it! And the great swing across coming in from the Milliken native in number 10 in Kira Ryan as she gets it on the board. And it's 3-0 advantage of the Buffaloes. Lobbed over opposite side. They go back and out of play. So make it 4-0 advantage of Milliken. And a quick timeout called by West Virginia. 4-1 our score. Well, again, in case you've just joined us, this is again one of the largest tournaments for NAIA volleyball here in the early season. The Liz Lykowski tournament again. Honored for Liz Lykowski, a player who left an indelible impact for Indiana Tech, who unfortunately passed away due to a cardiac issue in 2008. And her number currently retired, so this tournament has been going on ever since for her. And again, it's attracted some of the top teams in the NAIA. It has only continued to attract top teams in the NAIA. As that's brought across now from Bren. Bren again, brought down, goes over to Treadway. Treadway on the board and in. So Treadway stomps the scoring for just a moment to make it 4-1. Still advantage of Milliken here early on in the first. As Tech brings it across from number 23 in Gonzalez. Gonzalez again gets this lobbed over. Now down in time. As Treadway tried to get the angle but goes into the net. Or actually gets it over the net, we should say. So Treadway gets it in time. And now another server coming over for West Virginia Tech in Gonzalez. Another lob across. Duck down, they go to Burgos. Burgos again. Lob back opposite side. They go over to Treadway. Tipped out of play. And West Virginia Tech now riding a little bit of a momentum stretch on their own as they've rattled off 3 points in a row to start here in set number 1. And Gonzalez again continuing the rally for West Virginia Tech. They go front row. Back into the Milligan territory. Tipped in, out of play. So the swing going wide for West Virginia Tech. And back on the board for Milligan to make it 5-3. Here's Aaron Littleton to get it across. Littleton again lobs it over. Brought down and in time. As Nevaeh Wooding gets the point on the board off the deflection, make it 5-4. So the early timeout, certainly a benefit for West Virginia Tech. Now back opposite side. They go over to Milligan. Milligan again. Gets it back over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez lobbed across the board. Trying to keep it live. Set down and out of play. Or tipped across, we should say. Off Miriam Isabel. And Milligan with the advantage 6-4. Here in set number 1. Here goes number 4 in Kendall Hodge to bring it across. Hodge gets it over. Brought down by Blanchard. Blanchard again, tipped over, got it! And a little shimmy across coming in from Nevaeh Wooding. The senior from White Sulphur Springs in West Virginia. To make it now 6-5 an advantage. Still of Milligan. But the Golden Bears, again, trying to prove a golden run here and trying to get their golden win of the season, the first one they have. That's deflected off the hands of Isabel. And back on the board for Milligan to make it 7-5. Another swing across. This gets back. Brought down over to Stack. Stack again. Stack gets back over to White. White lobs it out and out of play. And Milligan with a quick answer back to make it 8-5 here in set number 1. As the Buffaloes again traveling up from Milligan, Tennessee. Trying to get back on the board. This one swung across. Over from Burgos. Burgos again. Gets it back to connect over with Young. Young, opposite side. Brought down from Littleton. Littleton could not get the hand to go. And West Virginia Tech brings it back within 2. 8-6 our score. Again, multiple games going on here at the Schaefer Center today. As IU Southeast taking on IU Northeast. Or IU Northwest, we should say. That'll be coming up very shortly. You can see that game on court number 1. And a quick ace on the board for West Virginia Tech to cut the lead 2-1 for Milligan. As 8-7 is our advantage. Now another quick swing across. It comes back over to White. White, opposite side. Tipped down. Kept alive. Stack had it. Back in West Virginia Tech territory. Gets this across and way out of play. Connecting with the other match in the meantime. As Milligan gets the point to make it 9-7. Actually, I beg your pardon, it is West Virginia Tech to even it up at 8-8. But goes right into the net in the meantime to make it 9-8. And a big block up front coming in from Aaron Littleton in the meantime. And now makes it 10-8 in advantage of the Buffaloes. Set up from Sanderson. Sanderson brought back over to Miller. Miller again, opposite side. Gets this cross. Tipped down from Bren. Bren still kept live. Now in West Virginia Tech territory. Great lob across coming in from Miller. Miller. And a great push across coming in from number 5 and Aaron Littleton again once more. And the Buffaloes up 11-8 here in set number 1. Of course, you never know really how these matches are going to take shape as the evening progresses. Brought across over to Hodge. Hodge gets this down and They were looking for the tip from the official. As you can see, the coach for Milligan looking for the tip. They are not giving it to her. And it's 11-9 in advantage of West Virginia Tech. Has a quick set out going against Littleton. Swing across. Now brought back by Treadway. Treadway again. Hit down. That one on the board this time for Taylor Bren. To make it 12-9 in advantage of Milligan. The Buffaloes doing a great job of continuing to ride the momentum here. In set number 1, they lead by 3. It's been their largest lead of the afternoon thus far. They get this cross, blocked up, and not enough. 13-9 our score. Faith Wilson now. Lob back over to Blanchard. Blanchard tips, got it. Able to connect with number 8 in Emily Stack. And that gets West Virginia Tech back into double digits as they trail by 3, 13-10. Push across coming from Blanchard. Blanchard now gets this high, off up the net and in. This time coming back from Milligan and in number 29. Number 20, we should say, in Bella Devati. But a great strike across coming in from Nevaeh Wooding. She answers right back on the board, and it's 14-11. Milligan again still with the advantage, but still a lot of work left to do here in set number 1. And West Virginia Tech also with a lot of work left to do here in set number 1. As that's brought across from Gonzalez. And Gonzalez with an ace. It's 14-12 advantage of Milligan. But the Golden Bears again trying to find the momentum here in the first. Again, brought over by Gonzalez. But tipped out of play. And tipped out of play, we should say, by Milligan. So an opportunity for West Virginia Tech to try to right the ship just a little bit more. 1 point away from tying it. Now another swing. Tip down. Into the net it goes. And back on the board for Milligan. 15-13 our score. Brought across now from Bren. Bren tipped over. And a great swing across again from the West Virginia Tech defensive specialist. And number 4 in Yukari Blanchard. And it's 15-14. Golden Bears an opportunity to try to even it up. Here's Isabel. Isabel tries to get it over. Back in territory for Milligan. Lobbed over in the meantime by Burgos. Burgos again gets back into Milligan territory. Here's Miller. Miller again tries to lob it over in time. Swing across down, but kept live by West Virginia Tech. And a great rally going on right here, right now. A great swing down and in for Shelby Miller. As Miller gets the point for Milligan to make it 16-14 here in set number 1. And again, West Virginia Tech has played a very evenly matched tournament as it stands thus far. But still some work left to go. Swing across, out of play this time for Addison White. And the Buffaloes get an extra point. 17-14 here in set number 1. Another chance, lobbed across, goes to White. Great save in the back row by the Buffaloes. Now the Golden Bears have to try to find a way to answer. That one swung out of play. Ivana Burgos was looking for the answer, but just sailed over to the other court. To make it now 18-14 advantage of Milligan. They get it across to Blanchard. Blanchard back in Milligan territory. Tipped over. Connecting back over with Miller. Miller again. Front row they go. Lobbed back over to Brent. Brent still looking for the chase. Gets it high. Down and in. And a great attack again from Burgos. The Como Puerto Rico native stops the run for Milligan for a moment to make it 18-15 here in set number 1. Here's Irvin now. Tipped down and got it. And a great block at the net coming in from number 7 in Addison White. And what was the lead of 4 is now down to a lead of 2. Another chance up front for Milligan, down and in. This time coming in from number 25 in Shelby Miller. So we get a 3-point game, 19-16. And Miller now ready to bring it over and serve. Miller again gets it across. They go back row. Lobbed back from the hands of Burgos. They go to White. She gets it over in Milligan territory. This one blocked up front again, this time from Stack. Still live. Back in Tech territory. But they're going to call it a jump ball, so no point going to be awarded in this situation. As a miscue was called from both sides of the board, so what looked like was going to be a decent rally has now turned into a do-over. Miller gets it over. Chance up front. Strike back dug up by Miller. Another chance up front over to Sanderson. Sanderson gets it on the board. Or we should say out of play. So West Virginia Tech all of a sudden back in it. Here's the lob across again, down low. They go over to Varney. Varney. Back inside to Shanstra. Shanstra back into the West Virginia Tech zone, but floats out of play. And all of a sudden, the Golden Bears back within one. 19-18 our score here in set number 1. As Addison White brings it over. Lob back, tip, got it! And the Bears have evened it up at 19 apiece here in the first. Serve across from White. And an ace! As Addison White gets a quick ace on the board and a timeout called by Milligan. We'll step aside, 20-19. As Milligan stops to think it over, we'll step aside as well. It's the Golden Bears trying to get an early 1-0 set win here in the Lykowski Classic.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The two things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets, and also make sure you go to class, because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in homework.
And we're back, and a great swing across coming back in for West Virginia Tech to make it a 2-point game. To make it 21-19. As Addison White has continued to find a way to make the rally moving forward for the Golden Bears. This time brought across, tipped over, and they look for the tip, and they get it. And the Golden Bears now all of a sudden on a 4-0 run here in set number 1. Here's White. Brought back by Ryan. Lobbed back opposite direction. They go up front, swung down and in. But out of play, hang on, it's out of play. They were celebrating as if it was going to go out of play, but it was not off the hands of Addison Varney. And all of a sudden, it is 23-19, an advantage of the Golden Bears. Here in this, their second match of the 2025 Liz Lykowski Classic. So again, other games going on here tonight for you. It'll be Indiana Tech taking on Milligan right here on this court 45 minutes after the game, after this match has concluded. And at court number 2, it'll be St. Ambrose taking on Defiance. Which that court right now is currently dominated by IU Southeast as they lead it 18-7 in court number 1. White gets it over, could not get it in time, and Milligan answers the call immediately to make it 23-20. And a great swing across coming in from Aaron Littleton once more. Here comes Grace Sanderson now to bring it over. After they get a little bit of the sweat going on and off the court, which, to be fair, you have 4 games going on one court. Tomorrow we'll have 4 games going on both courts here at the Schaefer Center. First time we've seen a towel come out today. Here's Sanderson. Sanderson gets it over. Lob back over to Sack. And tipped off the hand of Courtney Nye. And it is set point in advantage of West Virginia Tech. 24-20 here in set number 1. And so the Golden Bears have an opportunity to close it out. Brought over by Burgos. Lob back. They get it high to connect over at Blanchard. Blanchard down and in! And that is how the first set comes to a close. So just like that, the Golden Bears off to a quick start here in the first as they lead at 25-20, win the first set 25-20 here at the Liz Lykowski Tournament. You're watching Indiana Tech Volleyball and the 2025 Liz Lykowski Classic.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
You have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior.
So West Virginia Tech getting the win 25-20 in set number one here in the 2025 Liz Lykowski Classic. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us here on court number two. Court number one just now finishing as IU Southeast wins 25-12, and as the rotations are getting set for set number two. We do want to let you know, of course, the action coming up tomorrow. 4 games on 2 different courts. There will be 2 different feeds for each game on games on each courts. On court 1, you'll see IU Southeast take on Lourdes. You'll see Indiana Tech take on IU Northwest. St. Ambrose versus West Virginia Tech, and then Indiana Tech taking on St. Ambrose. This will be your 4 games tomorrow on court 1. On court 2. You'll see Defiance take out a West Virginia Tech, and then Milligan Defiance, Lourdes versus IU Northwest, and then IU Southeast taking on Milligan. As we're underway here in set number 2. Great swing across. That is down and outside. And Milligan getting the deflection on the board in their advantage. It's making 1-0. Right across from Vianney. And out of play it goes. Or actually, no, they rule it into West Virginia point territory as they were looking for a tip, or at least our officials saw maybe a tip go off the hands of number 24 and Faith Wilson. And the point, it does stand. So just like that, we're even at 1 here in set number 2. Here's Blanchard. Blanchard again. Gets it across. Tipped out of play. As Aaron Littleton looking for the angle, could not get it to go. And the Golden Bears now lead it 2-1. Here's Yukari Funchi Blanchard. Blanchard again. Gets this over. Lop down and in time. A generous bounce over the net and in time to make it 2-2 here in the second. Riley Bren now to bring it over there. Chance tipped and on the board. Got a deflection off the Milligan defensive player. It's making now 3-2. Another chance push across from her sister and Taylor Bren. Could not get it to go. And the swing goes wide to make it 4-2 advantage of West Virginia Tech. Again, West Virginia Tech looking for their first win in their 2025 campaign. Milligan on the interim. Again, coming in at 1-6 here in 2025. As they won in 5 against Pensacola Christian, a team that had a good run in the NCCAA Division II finals, but losing to Arlington Baptist in the tiebreaker set in the NCAA Division II tiebreaker in pool play. If they would have topped Arlington Baptist, it would have been possible that Bob Jones University would have won their 7th straight championship. That was not to be the case, and it was Arlington Baptist who won their first at the NCCAA level. Chance again, brought across again. Tipped down and in. This time coming in from Faith Wilson on the board. I beg your pardon, and Shelby Miller gets the point on the board. And we are even at 4. Here in set number 3. Set number 2, I beg your pardon. Dug out by Blanchard. Blanchard again. Gets this over. Another chance. Tipped up. Back over to Bren. Bren again. They look over to Blanchard. Blanchard opposite side. Lobbed back. Gets it over to Miller. Miller again. Looks over. Down low. Opposite side. Hit back and into the net it goes off the hands of Wooding. So Milligan getting the quick point on the board to make it 5-4 here in set number 2. And again, it's really going to feel like a bunch of back and forth. It has always been the case here at this tournament as this one goes into the net against West Virginia Tech, and they lead it 6-4. Here's Miriam Isabel to bring it across. Isabel. Dug up by Miller. Now another chance. Brought back opposite side. Gets it over to Blanchard. Blanchard again. Gets it down low. And in time. And a great sink in time for the Golden Bears, as they trim the lead back to 1, 6-5. And again, both teams evenly matched. Both teams have not seen the win column as much this season as they would like. Only 1 win combined for both squads. One of which coming for West Virginia. Or for Milligan, I beg your pardon. But they get the dig down in time to make it 6-6. And now another push across. This one tipped over. Down inside on the board. Ivana Burgos answers the call. And the Golden Bears now up 7-6 here in set number 2. Golden Bears, in case you're just joining us, they're wearing the white jerseys with the gold numbers. Milligan wearing the black jerseys with the orange numbers. Into the net that goes. And Milligan now with a chance to reset, as we are even at 7. So another opportunity for Milligan to bring it over and try to find a closer opportunity to win this or even this, we should say, at 1 game apiece. Still very early on, West Virginia Tech winning the first 25-20. Down into the net, and a great attack coming in from Emily Stack, the Beckley native, to make it now 8-7. An advantage of the Golden Bears. With Addison White now ready to bring it over. Here comes White. White across. Dug down opposite side. They'll go back over to Littleton. Could not get the connection. And pivoted out of play this time by Bella Devati. And the Golden Bears lead it by 2. And the rally continuing for Addison White as it stands. White gets it over. Hit an ace! As Addison White gets a quick ace on the board. Let's take a look at that again one more time. As she finds the angle that she was looking for. Down and in time. The Golden Bears up by 3, but a jump will be called. Actually, no jump will be called. They'll rule the point for West Virginia Tech into the net. And it's now 11-7 in advantage of the Golden Bears. So the Golden Bears, again, looking for an opportunity to try to pull away, get their first win of the season, and try to do it in sweeping fashion if they can. This one, lobbed across opposite side. They go over to Blanchard. Blanchard tipped down. Into the net that goes. And Milligan with an opportunity to try to reset. 11-8 our score here in set number 2. Here comes Sanderson, the St. Charles native, to bring it over. Tipped and on the board again for the Golden Bears. A great swing across coming in from Emily Stack to make it now 12-8 advantage of West Virginia Tech. And the rally continuing for the Golden Bears. Here's Burgos. Burgos gets it into the net, and Milligan will get a chance to reset. But 12-9 advantage of WV Tech. As we are getting closer to the 6 p.m. hour again. Just want to let you know how the format is arranged here at the conclusion of each match. Unless it's a team that's playing back-to-back, it'll be 30 minutes in between each match. But since Milligan will be taking on Indiana Tech, you'll have a 45-minute gap in between the two as that sails out of play. And back on the board for West Virginia Tech to make it 13-9. So the Warriors are looking closer to maybe a 7 o'clock first serve. If this holds out to a 3-game sweep, if it goes 4 or 5, maybe a little bit of a later start. This one swung up, found over to Blanchard. Blanchard tipped down and in. A great swing across coming in from Anderson Treadway. And the Golden Bears now with their largest lead of the match as it stands, make it 14-9. Here in the second. As Yukari Ferrucci Blanyard now brings it over. Dug up on the opposite side. Tipped back over to Miller. Miller off the hands, but they let that float out of play. Or actually, no, that floats in time. But a jump is called, so no point on the board. The second jump point today. Blanchard again. Gets it over. Brought down off the hands this time of Eden Miller. And making now 14-10. So the jump point a benefit for the Buffaloes as they trail by 4. Here's Riley Bren, the senior from Gray, Tennessee, ready to bring it over. Bren looking for the angle. And waiting for the whistle in the meantime as they're trying to adjust the scoring, but they ruled the point as a jump point, so again, a 4-point game. And the ball from the opposite court coming over on our side as they are just as even at 10-10. In their second set, this one swung out of play. On the board back for the Buffaloes. 14-11, West Virginia Tech continuing to lead. But the Buffaloes looking for an opportunity. Tipped across, they got to go back row, and they do. Lob back over to White. White got it with the assist, and we should say the swing. Coming off the deflection of Nevaeh Wooding, able to get it off a Milligan defensive back to make it a 15-11 advantage for the Golden Bears. And Anise Gonzalez now ready to bring it over. Gonzalez goes back row. They lob it high. Block tipped. Who else but number 1 in Nevaeh Wooding? As we take a look again at that play once more, a great push across again from the senior middle hitter to get it on the board. And the Golden Bears up by 5. They go again, way back row. Chance to swing it up. They find Miller. Miller gets it down and in. Shelby Miller finds the edge to make it 16-12. West Virginia Tech still with the advantage, but the Buffaloes trying to charge forward. Maybe get a few bonus points or two. Some golden bonus points or two, we should say. Tipped across from Wilson. Into the net, back on the board for the Golden Bears. At 17-12, our advantage here in the second. Again, a great day for volleyball here in Northeast Indiana. We couldn't be more excited that you're joining us here on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel. Joe Northern with you on court number 1. Aaron Farley with you on court number 2. Lob across. They connect back over to Blanchard. And the tip stretches across and not in for Riley Bren. And the Golden Bears all of a sudden with one of their largest leads of the evening thus far as they lead it by 6. Back in a moment. This is the Liz Lykowski Tournament.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The 2 things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets. And also make sure you go to class because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in.
As we welcome you back, West Virginia Tech up 18-12 here in set number 2. And a big strike across again for the Golden Bears to extend their lead to 7. And are certainly riding in pole position here in set number 2. Still looking for their first win in the 2025 campaign. And now another chance up front. This time, tip down. They go to Burgos. Burgos again, swing into the net. It goes. A double hit going to be called against the Buffaloes. And it's 20-12 here in the second. And the Golden Bears are on a little bit of a rally right now, trying to pick apart this Milligan team just a bit more. Right across from Isabel. Isabel again. Brought high. Dug up by Blanchard. Blanchard again. They find Addison White. Back row they have to go, and they will. Lopped back by Wilson. Wilson again. Opposite side. Brought down. Gets it across to connect over with Burgos. Burgos again. Gets it over. Great connection from Blanchard. And another great connection over from Burgos. Rally still kept live. Now another chance. They go for the reset. And this one is going to go off the court and in. Off the vent. Off number 12, thanks to Ivana Burgos getting the credit for the attack. And it's a 9-point game in advantage of West Virginia Tech. Isabel now to bring it across. They go back row. Again, the swing down again from Burgos. They go middle and on the board. And a great strike across coming in from Riley Bren to make it 21-13 here in the second. So that stops at least the run for the Golden Bears for a moment. But again, they've had a great run here in set number 2, rattling off 6-7 in a row. We lost a little bit of count here on our advantage point. But nonetheless, a great movement for the Golden Bears to try to at least keep pushing forward. As they are, again, leading by 8. Swing goes wide off the hands of number 11 in Addison Varney. And the lead still at 9, 22-13. And the Golden Bears, again, continuing to move forward. You can hear the chants of FTK coming in from Milligan. Irvin gets it over. Another chance. That's brought down, tipped, got it. And a great swing across again from Ivana Burgos, the Puerto Rican native, to make it 23-13. And the Golden Bears getting ever so closer here on court number 1. Try to finish this match off. Irvin brought down, and a great strike across from Shelby Miller. She finds the angle she's looking for. And the Buffaloes still trying to charge ahead. A 9-point game. Miller again to bring it across, and an ace. So Shelby Miller with a quick ace on the board to make it 23-15. Push across again. This one swung down. Brought down by Stack. Stack again. Gets it over. A great double block up front again by the Buffaloes. And another great block again, this time from Addison Varney. The Blountville, Tennessee native. And what was the lead of 9 is now down to 7. Almost 6. Great tip across again from Stack. And it goes out of play. 24-16. And it's set. It's a game point opportunity for West Virginia Tech. And Addison White with an opportunity to bring it over. White gets it across. Another chance down and in. As Addison Varney finding the front line open for real estate and on the board in the interim. To make it 24-17. Now Milligan with a chance to continue. Sanderson gets it across. Now another pivot. Sanderson again on the dig. They go for the strike. Tip back. Still kept live. Not going to be enough. As credit to Sanderson for trying to play the front line just a little bit more to throw the Golden Bears off for a moment. It's the lead back to 6. So set point number 3 we go. Tipped over and out of play. A great block again from Littleton. And set point number 4 is in motion as West Virginia Tech will take their second timeout. So 24-19 our score here on court number 2, and what's been an entertaining court number 2 as it stands so far today. The first game coming up here on court 2, or we should say, or court number 1, we should say, Lourdes and West Virginia Tech. That one went the distance with the Gray Wolves winning that one in 5. Defiance winning over IU Northwest in 4. St. Ambrose winning over IU Southeast also in 4. And as it stands right now, it looks like IU Southeast trying to get a win as they lead up 23-17 there in the second. Into the net it goes over here. And that is how set number 2 will come to a close. So the Golden Bears looking for a golden opportunity to sweep over Milligan as they lead it 2-0 here as we go to set number 3. You're watching the 2025 Liz Lykowski Classic on the Indiana Tech YouTube network.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a warrior. Go Warriors.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
I gotta go. I'm about to hop on for set number 3. Love you the most. Bye. And we welcome you back. Set number 3. It's been West Virginia Tech continuing to dominate as they lead at 25-20, or 25-20, 25-19. As we go into the third. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us. Coming up, we will see your Indiana Tech Warriors coming up in the late game here tonight. The last game here on court number 1. But a great push across from Milligan could potentially delay that start time just a little bit more. As West Virginia Tech has certainly found a way to light things up, and 2 straight aces on the board for the Buffaloes. So 2 straight aces for Coach Don Vabez and the Buffaloes as they try to rally back here in set number 3. But to win, they know they'll have to go the distance and try to go all 5. To be fair, we have not seen a 3-game sweep here today here at this Classic thus far. So there would be par for the course if Milligan did steal a set, as this one swung out of play, this time off the hands of Edison Treadway. So 3-0 in advantage of Milligan. Riley Bren gets it over. Bren across. Tipped, couldn't get it. And it's a quick 4-0 start and advantage for the Buffaloes, and a timeout called by West Virginia Tech. We'll step aside as Milligan far from out of it and far from backing down. Back in a moment.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next.
Brought across by Bren. Gets it over to connect over with Treadway. Treadway trying to keep it alive. Now sent back by Milligan. Bren again up front. Tipped down. And pivoted out of play thanks to the hands of Nevaeh Wooding. And so that stops the run for Milligan for the moment. But the Golden Bears still have some work to do. They trail 4-1. Trying to go for that 3-0 sweep. Milligan again trying to get a set victory here in set number 3. Brought across now from Gonzalez. And a great strike down and in from Shelby Miller. As Miller gets it across and in time. To make it now 5-1 advantage of Milligan. Saved out of play from Blanchard. Another push into the net. It goes against Treadway. And Milligan now riding the momentum here in set number 3 as they lead it 6-1. Chance again upcoming this time for Aaron Littleton. Littleton again goes on the run. Save back mid-row. They go opposite side. Back find to Wooding. Wooding again. Brings back into Milligan territory. They go to Miller. Miller again. Pivots up opposite side. Tip. Score! As Edison Treadway stops the run for the moment. And the lead back down to 4 for Milligan. 6-2. As just behind me, the Warriors team getting ready for their matchup. Whenever that may start, it will be 45 minutes after this match concludes. And an ace on the board rather quickly for Miriam Isabel to make it now 6-3 advantage of Milligan. Isabel again. They try to go front row, and they do. A great swing across coming from Kira Ryan. And it's 7-3 Buffaloes. As Ryan was able to find the angle just inside. They go back to Kendall Hodge in the back row to serve it over. Hodge gets it over in time. Swung up off the net and couldn't get it. As Hodge could not bounce it off the net, and it's an 8-3 advantage of Milligan here in the third. And Hodge again with an opportunity to try to go back-to-back. That's Milligan up by 5. Chance upcoming. Swing, tip. Again back front. They go to Isbell. Isbell swung down. Got it! As Nevaeh Woody gets the quick strike across. And that makes it an 8-4 affair here in the third. Again, what's at stake right now? Milligan looking for their second win in 2025. West Virginia Tech still looking for their first. But a quick ace on the board from Isabel will certainly help in the cause as they trail by 3. Another chance upcoming. Isabel gets it over. Chance brought up. They go to Bryn. Lobbed back. Connects with Burgos. Burgos lobs it out of play. We're actually tipped off off Milligan. So now all of a sudden, the Golden Bears on a 3-0 run here in the third. They can try to find a way to close it out in the sweep. They would certainly have a lot of momentum coming into a team that's number 1 receiving votes in the country, we should say, in Indiana Tech. But that was tipped back by number 9 in Haley Irvin. To make it now 9-6 advantage of Milligan here in the third. Another swing, down and in. This time off the hands of Addison Varney. As Varney gets it on the board. And the lead back up to 4 again once more for Milligan, 10-6. They push to go to back row, and they do again. It's Emily Stack getting the deflection to cut it down to 3. 10-7 our score. And so the Golden Bears again trying to find a golden opportunity to go up to try to close this match out. They trail by 3. They just need 3 games to win. Addison White all the way back. Connecting back in Milligan territory. This one still kept live. Great save in the meantime from Miller. Back in again to Milligan territory. Another save coming in from Blanchard. Now a quick strike across. Dug up by Miller. On the board and in. As Eden Miller gets a quick strike across the board. And it's now 10-8 advantage of Milligan. But West Virginia Tech trying to find the advantage. Pushed across again from White. White again, tipped. A great block up front again from the Golden Bears. Lobbed over from Sanderson, free ball opportunity. They get it up and inside. And the Golden Bears have now cut it to within 1. Thanks to a great strike coming in from Ivana Burgos. To make it 10-9 here in the third. Chance up coming again from White. White again. Great block up front again for the Buffaloes. Another chance, tipped down, dug out by Sanderson. Sanderson again, they go to White, double tip up front. Another tip, saved by Sanderson. Now another chance. White again, into the net, and this match is tied. As we are even at 10 apiece here in game number 3. And the Golden Bears have found a golden opportunity to try to fight their way back. And the rally continuing for the Harrisonburg, Virginia native. Dug up by Sanderson. Tipped opposite side. They go over to Stack. Stack again. Sanderson trying to find it up front. They go back and swung out of play. And the Golden Bears take the lead off the tip of the hands of Taylor Brin, and a timeout called by the Buffaloes. So just like that, the Golden Bears looking for a golden opportunity. They trailed by as many as 5. They lead by 1 here in the third. Back in a moment.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at
We're back as the Golden Bears trying to find a quick golden opportunity. They get this across and pivoted off the hands of number 5 and Miriam Garcia Isabel. To make it now 12-10 advantage of West Virginia Tech. And trying to ride a little bit of house momentum here to try to go for a 3-game sweep and try to get their first win in the 2025 season. This one tipped up opposite side. They go back over to Isabel. Isabel again. Lobbed back. Another swing across. Tipped across from Varney. Varney again. Get it back over to Miller. Miller saved in the meantime. Goes to White. White again. Back to Miller. Miller strikes, scores! As Addison Miller gets a quick strike on the board. And the Golden Bears now up 13-10 here in set number 3, we should say. Great push across now coming in from White. White again. It's going to go nearly off the top, but live. Tip down. Connect over to Stack. Stack again. Blocked again. They go to Stack on the block. Milligan ball. Strike again coming in from Littleton. Littleton hits this over. Down low. Another strike. Nearly a double called. They say play on. And it will be a reach across a called on West Virginia. So make it 13-11 our score here in the third. On the reach over called against the Golden Bears. As Grace Sanderson, the St. Charles, Missouri native, ready to bring it over. Another chance. This one lobbed over in time. They go up front to connect over with Nye. Or Stack, I beg your pardon. Tipped back. Stack again up front. They got to fight for it. It sails out of play. This time off the hands of Courtney Nye. And the Golden Bears still with the advantage. They lead by 3. Just need 11 to go. Meanwhile, on court number 2, it is 15-7. As IU Southeast certainly hold an advantage in of their own. And a side out going against West Virginia Tech. 16-7 our score. We're 16-7 the score on court number 1, we should say. This one, a great deflection off the hands in the front row, this time off Emily Stack to make it 15-12 here in the third. So again, both teams down to 1 timeout remaining here in the third. Great block again up front by Milligan. Another great swing across coming in from Treadway. Treadway again. Connects back, down and in. This time off the hands of Kira Ryan, getting it on the board. And it's 15-13. And the Buffaloes trying to charge their way back to try to force a fourth. Another swing across. This one down from Treadway. Still kept live. They roll it into the net and on the board. And all of a sudden, Milligan now cutting it to within one. As Faith Wilson, the sophomore setter, ready to bring it over. Gets this tipped across, down and in. And a great strike coming in from Emily Stack. And now the Golden Bears within 9 here in the third. Can they find a way to close the effort out here? And try to get their first win here in 2025. This one brought across, opposite side. This one swung down and on the board. And a great strike again from Bella Navati, the Greenville, Tennessee native, to make it a 1-point game. 16-15 in advantage still of the Golden Bears. But the Buffaloes certainly trying to charge and not go quietly into the night. Our second game of today, they'll have 2 tomorrow. Nearly all of these teams will have 2 tomorrow. Tipped over, across, it goes to the Buffaloes. And it's 16-16 the advantage. And a great rally coming in from Riley Bren, but sails out of play. So back on the board for the Golden Bears, as they lead it by 1. 17-16 here in the third. Sailed back by Gonzalez. Gonzalez on the chase. Hits this over. They'll let that sail wide. It's off the hands again of Miller. And West Virginia Tech with the 2-point advantage, 18-16. Late here in the third. Milligan trying to find a way to force a fourth. West Virginia Tech trying to look for their first win in sweep fashion. Another chance. Into the net it goes. Won't get it off the hands of White. And we go back to 1. 18-17 our score. White again across. Gets this lobbed over. Tried to find the tip, couldn't go for it. Now another strike again. Got it! As Kira Ryan gets it off the tip, and we are even at 18 here in the third. But into the net it goes against Milligan to make it 19-18. It's the Buffaloes again trying to find a way to take home a W here tonight. It's their first of 2 tonight. They'll take on the Warriors coming up roughly 45 minutes after this match is concluded. The question is, when will it be? With the side out, it could be a bit. 19-19 our score. While West Virginia Tech, they will alter courts tomorrow. They'll be on court 2 to start at 10 a.m. And then they'll take on St. Ambrose right here on court 1 tomorrow afternoon. Another push across. This one down and out of play and back on the board for West Virginia Tech. 20-19 here in set number 3. The Golden Bears trying to get closer to the nectar and get their first win here in 2025. Brought over by Irvin. Swung up. Saved in the interim. They go back down low. A great swing from Burgos. Burgos again. Burgos into the net. And we stay even at 20. 20-20 our score. Over on court 2, it's 23-13, an advantage of IU Southeast. It seems as if their fourth game will be starting sooner than ours. Hit across by Stack. Stack again, lobbed over. Tried to get another push up front. This time swung up, tipped, still kept live. A great save by Sanderson. Now another chance. They get this one swung down and on the board as Emily Stack gets it up and in to make it 21-20. An advantage of West Virginia Tech. And so the Golden Bears just need a little bit of a rally to try to shut this one down. But don't say that to the Buffaloes, as they are looking to try to make some momentum on their own. And a strike down and in coming in from Madison Barney. 21-21 our score. That's Grace Sanderson now with a great chance to bring it over. Sanderson. Duck up by Blanchard. Blanchard again. Tipped over. Opposite side. Launches this across. Back into the net. And a save again by Blanchard. Now another opportunity. Tipped out of play. Off the hands of the Buffaloes. And West Virginia Tech still one up. So court number 3, or court number 2, their match has come to a close. We welcome you, to those of you who are watching on court number 2, to court number 1. But the block tip not going to work out for Emily Stack. And we are even at 22. Here's Wilson. Wilson. Pivoted, blocked. And back on the board again off the tip for the Golden Bears, 23-22. So the Golden Bears just need 2 to win. The Buffaloes need 4 to survive. Or 3 to survive, we should say. If they can rattle off 3 in a row. Here's Blanchard. Blanchard tipped down. And deflected out of play, and it's game point, an advantage of West Virginia Tech. And so can the Golden Bears get their golden victory, their first in the 2025 campaign. This one swung across from Blanchard. This one down into the net. Chance, tipped. They go back road, saved by Sanderson. Sanderson again. Brought back to White. Tipped down. And floats out of play, and we play on. (23-24) and a very crucial point on the board for Milligan. A win here will force a few extra points for West Virginia Tech. This one brought over. They get back to White. Tipped down, deflected out of play. It's over. And West Virginia Tech gets their first win here in 2025. And they do it here at the Liz Lykowski tournament, winning in straight sets. And a great valiant effort coming in from Milligan in the meantime. But nonetheless, it's the Golden Bears that win it 3-0. So coming up at about 6:30, let's say 6:35, we'll rejoin you for our final game here on court number 2 this evening, or court number 1, we should say, this evening, as Indiana Tech will take on Milligan. We'll look for them to reset the clock, so you are looking at roughly about a 6:45 Eastern start time, maybe 6:40, probably 6:45 Eastern time for Indiana Tech to take on Milligan right here on court number 1. Court number 2 you will have coming up in less than 30 minutes. It'll be St. Ambrose taking on Defiant on court number 2. Aaron Farley will have the call for you over there. But for now, Joe Northern saying so long for the moment. We'll see you in about 35, 40 minutes or so for Indiana Tech taking on Milligan. Glad you're with us here on the 2025 Liz Lykowski Memorial Tournament here on the Indiana Tech YouTube Network.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
You're busy. You expect to say no sometimes. But what you didn't expect was a chance to say yes to a college degree while keeping your life. Indiana Tech is now offering Chicago area students undergraduate and graduate degree opportunities taught online by experienced faculty who care. Learn more at one of the new Indiana Tech enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette.
I can turn this in early? Sure, whenever you're ready.
Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change, and depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2, and he's one of the professors that teaches it, and he just really was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Uteng Sioux and for Zollner. that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate if you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab. You need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
You're busy. You expect to say no sometimes. But what you didn't expect was a chance to say yes to a college degree while keeping your life. Indiana Tech is now offering Chicago area students undergraduate and graduate degree opportunities taught online by experienced faculty who care. Learn more at one of the new Indiana Tech enrollment centers in Naperville or Wilmette.
I can turn this in early? Sure, whenever you're ready.
Embrace the unexpected at Indiana Tech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change. And depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2. And he's one of the professors that teaches it. And he was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utang-Sioux and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland.
From Dan Klein Court, we welcome you to the 2025 Liz Lykowski Tournament here on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us. And this is our first chance we get to see your Indiana Tech Warriors here at the Schaefer Center here this season. I'll be with you throughout most of the regular season, if not all the regular season, for Indiana Tech volleyball. And again, an Indiana Tech team that's looking to try to right the ship just a little bit. They're at 4-5 on the regular season as it stands right now. Had a tough stretch in the AMF Memorial Tournaments, but still certainly have a little bit more to look forward to as we go down to the courts and a special presentation.
Finally, if you would all please join me in a moment of silence to remember Liz as we all get ready to play in her honor. Thank you. Let's play volleyball.
And you heard Coach Matt Fishman say it. Thank you. Let's play volleyball. And these two teams ready to play some volleyball here tonight here on court number 1. My partner Aaron Farley, he is on court number 2 right now as he has another great matchup between the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees taking on the Defiance Hornets. Meanwhile, here on this court, we have the Milligan Buffaloes. They fell in straight sets against West Virginia Tech, for those of you just joining us. But Indiana Tech again coming in their first game here on Kilmer Court here in 2025. Again, a little rough go of it at the AMF Memorial Tournament, losing in 4 matches. 1-3 to Mobap, 1-3 to Mount Vernon Nazarene, 0-3 to Huntington, and 0-3 to Taylor. But getting the conference win 3-0 against Lourdes on Wednesday night on the road. And again, at the season is 4-5 as it stands. This is a Indiana Tech team that has a lot of momentum to look forward to here in 2025. A great key of returning seniors in the lineup included Amelia Schultz, Jacqueline Holloway, and Sarah Gomparts into the lineup tonight. You won't see 2 players, however, in jerseys tonight. You won't see number 21, Maya Tillman, and number 22, Savannah Warfel, the freshman, in the rotation this evening, but you will see just about everybody else here tonight for Coach Matt Fishman and company. Again, 2 games going 2 ways for you here right now on the network. As on court number 2, if you are expecting to see St. Ambrose in Defiance, Aaron Farley is taking care of you. But on this court, we have Milligan taking on Indiana Tech. And a great crowd here starting to file in again. As you can see, with Classics, they do push the benches out just a little bit, or push them in just a little bit, so not as much seating capacity, but some great people standing around courtside, or at least we should say trackside, we should say, staring up above the court here at Kilmer at Klein Court. And we are just about to get underway. That is brought over by number 16 in Cassidy Banner, and we are underway here in this all-important home opener for Indiana Tech, and they get a quick strike across the board to get the first point to make it 1-0. So the quick swing across the board getting the Warriors in their early point, and again, Boehner again. They go upside, try to pivot across, and a quick swing down and in on the opposite side, given in from Riley Bren, the senior from Gray, Tennessee. Her sister and Taylor Brent, also a key component for Milligan. As the Warriors lead, as the Warriors and the Buffaloes even at 1 apiece. This one swung down and in time, a commanding swing for IT. And it's 2-1 advantage Warriors. And the Warriors trying to get back to 500. Milligan looking for their second win here in 2025. And another push across. This one down and in. Hannah Tisch, the Elkhart native, on the board with a quick swing across to make it 3-1. And the Warriors already off to a commanding start here in the first. If they can find a way to ride the momentum, that one's out of play by Tisch. And Milligan will restart. So again, the Warriors coached by Matt Fishman, assisted by Robert Ochoa, Nessa Baker, and Emma Wastra. Meanwhile, Milligan is coached by Devea Bays, assisted by Grayson Stevens, Bailey Qualls, Gracie Unger, and Bethany Swaney. Swung down opposite side, they go over to Holloway. Holloway lobbed up now for Wood. Wood again, high swing, pivoted out of play. And the great swing across coming in from number 19 and Lauren Snyder, the Woodburn native, the Woodland Warrior, if you will. And it's 4-2 Warriors. Another swing. This one goes out of play. Another tip. Down across. They get it across again to Snyder. Snyder again looking. Brought back, they go to Miller. Miller again, opposite side. Miller chased down. Logged up opposite side, they go back to Holloway. Holloway down and in. As Jacqueline Holloway answers the call and gets the point on the board. And it's a 2-point deficit in advantage of IT. But again, Milligan doing a great job of at least commanding the front line here in set number 1. And will continue to do so. Thanks to Kendall Hodge. Hodge gets it across. This one, they're going to go for the light tip over off the hands of Holloway. Holloway brought back opposite side. Dug up by Bryn. Bryn tipped down. They connect over with Holloway. Holloway. Again a tip coming in from McCutcheon. McCutcheon slides it out. And Milligan on the board. And the lead cut back to 1. 5-4 here in set number 1. We feel we've got some competitive volleyball here coming on tonight here at the Schaefer Center. Both games starting at the same time. You gotta love it. And the swing goes wide off the hands of number 16 in Cassidy Boehner. And we are even at 5. Another push across. This time, a quick strike on the board. It's the Woodburn native, and Lauren Snyder gets it. As we take a look again at that one more time, as Snyder was able to find a way to get the angle to strike it down and in and on the board. And the Warriors back up by 1. Another push across. Tipped and in time, thanks to number 10 and Kira Ryan, the Myrtle Beach native, the right side specialist, to make it 6-6. here in set number 1. And already people continuing to file in here at the Schaefer Center. Another push across. Out of play. And a quick ace on the board, and Milligan gets their first lead of the night to make it 7-6. And the Buffaloes certainly want to try to charge ahead as they came all the way from Milligan, Tennessee, and trying to charge up to at least get a win from so far away. A double hit going to go against the Buffaloes, and we are even at 7. And no reason to say 7 out as it stands right now, but nonetheless, the Warriors certainly trying to find their way here in set number 3, or set number 1, we should say. And another great swing across, this time coming in from Shelby Miller. Gets the quick strike. Make it an 8-7 advantage of Milligan. Again, just getting started here early in the first. 2 games going on right now live. Home team playing here. Great tip off the hands of Milligan. Now another chance. This one lobbed over, saved by Buchanan. Another swing across. She goes to Redder. Redder back up again to Milligan. That is tipped and got it. It was off the hands of Tech. It looked like potentially off the hands of number 10 and Kristen Matlick. And the Buffaloes back up by 2. They get the insurance point. But number 7 in Hannah Teach says not today. And it's 9-8 advantage of the Buffaloes. But IT certainly trying to make at least a few extra movements here in the first. As Emmeline Wood gets it over. Wood chases across. This one swung up and got it. A great push across coming in from number 5 in Aaron Littleton. And the Buffaloes getting the all-important insurance point, 10-8 here in the first. Another chance across. This one brought down by Pasca. Pasca saved in the interim by Redder. Tip over. Got it. Hanatish gets the kill on the board, and it's 10-9. But Indiana Tech trying to paddle their way back into this one. They trail by 1 here at the Schaefer Center. Their first game here at the Schaefer Center in the 2025 campaign. Brought back over to Boehner. Boehner. High reach. Still kept live in Tech territory. Swung. Great block up front again by Milligan. Another swing across. They go back to Snyder. Snyder. Another kill. Almost live. It's still live. It's set across again by Sanderson. Sanderson again. Lob back. They go over to Tisch. Tisch on the board and in. She gets it to the back row, and we are even at 10 off the quad hit. And just like that, we are even at 10 here at the Schaefer Center. And a generous bounce over the net and in. Cassidy Bader, the Lafayette native. Cassidy Boner gets it on the board, and it makes it now 11-10 advantage IT. Boner again. Make it back to back. As Boehner answers the call, and timeout Milligan. 12-10 early on, IT with the advantage. This is Indiana Tech volleyball.
It's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The two things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets, and also make sure you go to class, because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in homework.
As an international student, my advice for the freshmen is...
We're back here in the first. Indiana Tech on a quick 4-0 run, or we should say a 3-0 run here in the first, and the Warriors still continuing to try to mount on the lead as Boner gets it across. Dug up by Muchan. Muchan down and in. Gets the great pivot across again to number 19 in Lawrence Snyder. And the Warriors back up by 3, 13-10. To start here in match number 1. Or their home match number 1, we should say. Match number 10 overall in their 2025 campaign. Another swing across. This one brought back, swung back. They go to Snyder. Snyder gets the tip and in time. And a 4-point game, 14-10. Here in set number 1. The Warriors again doing a great job of again trying to continue to right the ship, ride the momentum just a little bit more. But they get the swing in time thanks to number 10, or number 20 we should say, in Bella Nevada. And so Milligan with a chance to reset. Here comes Taylor Bren now to bring it across. Or Riley Bren, we should say. Another swing down, got it. As Anatish, the Elkhart native, with a quick point, getting it back on the board to make it now 15-11. Advantage of your Warriors. Another swing. They get this back over again to Tish. Tish again. Go back to Webster. That is out of play. And so a quick side-out opportunity gives the Warriors their largest lead tonight as they make it 16-11 here in the first. Now another chance upcoming this time for Tish. Tish. A high opportunity. They get up front to connect over with Boehner. Boehner goes to it after Alway. Alway gets it to go. And a double hit, actually a net violation going to be called against Shelby Miller. So Miller with the whistle. And it's a 6-point game, and the Warriors certainly trying to ride on house money and house momentum. Nearly an ace batted off the hands of Sanderson, still kept live. Great save from Webster. Now another pushover, opposite side. Snyder! Got it! As Lawrence Snyder gets the quick cut across. And the Warriors riding on house momentum as they are up by 7 here in the first set. We'll be back in a moment. This is Indiana Tech Volleyball on the Indiana Tech Digital Network.
Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next step with an online degree from Indiana Tech. Start with a visit to one of our...
And we're back 18-11 advantage of Indiana Tech. As the Warriors again doing a great job of continuing to push things forward. As Teisch gets this over. Brought back into the hands of Milligan. Wilson got a good cut on it. Now another chance over to Matlick. Matlick again. They go over to Wilson. Wilson gets it down to connect with Miller. Miller on the board and in. found the edge off the tip, and that stops the scoring for just a moment. But to make it 18-12, an advantage of Indiana Tech. But another great tip across coming in from Jacqueline Alway. Alway answers right back in, and a 7-point game to make it 19-12. Brought back over again from Matlick. Matlick gets it across. Lobbed over, goes back to Snyder. Snyder again. Lurks it over and out of play. As Lauren Snyder has certainly been the story here tonight. As we take a look at least of current stats as it stands at the moment, Lauren Snyder doing some work. With 7 kills on the board. Teisch with 5. This one swung out of play, back again on the board for IT. And a 9-point advantage here at the Schaefer Center. Again, not full court of the Schaefer Center. We have another game going on court number 2. Aaron Farley's got the for you, and a great one right now between St. Ambrose and Defiance. 19-15, advantage of the Fighting Bees. Teisch, got it! (22-12). And it has certainly been all IT in this mid-first set surge. Another push across. Great block, but a double is going to be called against IT, this time on Alway. So Milligan with an opportunity to reset and make it 22-13. So the attack error going to go back against IT. We'll break down stats for you coming up once we get a chance to do so. But the Warriors, again, off to a great start, but not going to be enough as a quad is going to be called. They're calling a lift. Hang on a second. They're calling a lift against number 16 at Banner being off the ground. And now you see to our right a little bit of a conversation going on between Kristen Matlick, the Norwalk, Ohio native, asking to see what's going on, but they saw the edge. And you kind of see a little bit of one of the, actually the Milligan player, Kira Ryan, saying bye-bye and giving the IT team a little bit of extra flack. And that's how you respond with a little bit of extra flack. A great swing across again from number 12 in Alway. They make it 23-14. And so the Warriors now up by 9, trying to ride the momentum here to get a set 1 victory. Their first set victory here at the Schaefer Center at 25. It's off the shoulder and on the board. A deflection and make it set point. Advantage of IT. Swung across from Redder. Tipped up. They get this over. A little fight for the net from the hands. Varney got a little bit of an edge on it. They go back to Webster. Webster still kept live. Great save from Buchanan. Buchanan down and in! A commanding attack from Lauren Pesca. And that is how the first set comes to a close. Take a look at that again one more time. As she finds the upper corner from our vantage point, the top left if you were looking at it horizontally, but nonetheless, it's Indiana Tech. They win set number 1, 25-14. Back with the second coming up in a moment. This is Indiana Tech volleyball.
I think it's really important for freshmen to realize you get out of college what you put into it. If you dedicate yourself to your classes and to your projects and to what you're doing in college, you're going to have a really great experience here.
I wish someone would have told me my freshman year that it's important to prioritize, knowing what's important, what's not important, knowing what I need to do opposed to what I want to do.
The two things that I think all freshmen should know is buy a parking permit so you don't rack up a bunch of fines and tickets, and also make sure you go to class, because it seems like a good idea when you're skipping, but then it's not worth it in the end when you fail the test or don't turn in homework.
As an international student, my advice for the freshmen is to not be afraid to make friends, because your friends here will end up being your family away from home.
Anything that you want to do, anything that you want to put on, anything that you want to showcase on campus, you can. There's always people around to help you do what you want to do here.
Make sure that you always take time for yourself to make sure that you're okay, because college can be very overwhelming as far as like schoolwork and friends and sports and just like everyday life. Always just make sure that you get what you need to get done.
It's important to have a relationship with your professors, because you become more personable with them. You start to engage in the material more. They can give you recommendations, especially once you get out of college. You definitely want to put them down as like references, and if you have a better personal relationship, it just makes the whole learning experience go smoothly.
We're back as Indiana Tech leads it 25-14 at the end of set one. We get ready for set number two here in the 2025 Liz Lykowski Classic. And of course, one of the big things that people recognize too for this classic, at least the weekend after Labor Day each year, is of course the legacy that one Liz Lykowski made. Again, an Indiana Tech legend whose number is presently retired here at Indiana Tech and the Schaefer Center. As she was inducted with a 2008 team that won their first ever conference tournament title and qualified for the national NAIA national tournament for the first time ever, and finishing the first season at 33-5. And again, we lost her in 2008, but was certainly a major impact for this Tech team and really how this Tech program has continued to shape moving forward. And a program, again, just receiving votes outside of that top 25, but a Tech team that has a lot of hopes here in 2025 moving forward. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us. I will be with you for most of this 2025 regular season and postseason, depending on how far we go, we should say. Meanwhile, if you're looking for the other game on the other court, we do have two games in action for you right now. It's the St. Ambrose Bees taking on Defiance. The Fighting Bees, we should say, taking on Defiance. That is on court number 2. As Aaron Farley will have that call for you. You've heard, if you watch Indiana Tech Athletics, you've heard Aaron for soccer and doing a great job doing that. Meanwhile, the Warriors did a great job in set number 1, taking care of business rather early. And an opportunity to try to extend things just a little bit more here in set number 2. As Milligan brings it across, it goes over to Bren. Bren again, big strike down. They go back row. Still kept live, but into the net it goes off the hands of Shelby Miller. And the Warriors get an answer back quickly, 1-0. So the Warriors again get a quick first point opportunity. Again, the Warriors in the pink jerseys tonight with the white stripes. Milligan going to be in the black jerseys with the orange numbers, as this one was hit out of play by Jacqueline Alloway. We are even again at 1. So 1-1 the advantage. Thank you for joining us here tonight on the Indiana Tech Digital Network. Joe Northern with you on court number 1. Aaron Farley's gotten you on court number 2 tonight. And a great matchup we have here again. First home game on the board for Indiana Tech as the swing goes wide off the hands of Riley Bren. As Bren will not get a hand on it in time to make it 2-1. And so the Warriors off to a great start here. It goes back to Matlick. Matlick tries to get it over. Hits this one down opposite side. Hits back, tipped, and on the board. A little reach in and lift going to be called against Snyder. So an attack error going to go against Snyder on the board to make it 2-2. And so the Warriors again going to have to try to rebound rather quickly. They're even at 2. Chance again, blocked up front. This time from Shelby Miller answering the call. And as Shelby Miller gets a quick point, and it's 3-2 advantage of Milligan early on here in set number 2. As the Buffaloes looking for their second win here in 2025. Tech trying to get back to 500. Tip across. That is off the top and in. And a great swing coming from number 19 in Lawrence Snyder. And we're back even at 3. So Snyder gets the great swing across. And the push again to give it in for Paige Redder, the senior defensive specialist from Grand Haven, Michigan. Gets it back over to Hodge. Hodge lobs this over. Opposite side they go. Chance again, brought down. Schultz strikes it in. And a quick point coming in from Amelia Schultz, the senior from Belmont High School out of Decatur, Indiana. And the lead back to 1. Another swing across. They get this tipped off the hands of McMuchin. And we're even back at 4. So again, really teams just kind of trading points on and off here in set number 2 as it stands. Meanwhile, in set number 1, from at least what we saw, it was the Fighting Bees that took the win in set number 1. I believe 25-19. Don't quote me on that. Aaron Farley can quote you on that. He's got the game in court number 2 right now. But a great swing across to get IT back up 5-4 here in the second. And the Warriors again trying to continue to ride the momentum here in this one. Here is McMuchin. McMuchin, the Evansville native. Lobs it over. McMuchin again. Down to Snyder. Great block up front. Pasca, we should say, with a great strike and off the hands of Weber. But Pasca with a quick point to make it 6-4 advantage of IT. And another chance upcoming this time for McMuchin. Again, her third straight serve in a row. Get it back over to Schanstra. And getting the great connection up front with Kendall Hodge to cut the lead back to 1. So again, it's been a tale of really trading points one way or another. In case you're just joining us, Indiana Tech won set number 1 to make it 25-14. There is Milligan trying to get their second win here in 2025. But a great swing across coming from Amelia Schultz, the Decatur native, to make it 7-5 advantage of IT. And the Warriors again doing a great job up front of just trying to continue to ride the momentum just a little bit here in set number 2. As both games just roughly starting at the same time, a little before 7 p.m. here at the Schaefer Center. Tip across and got it for Milligan, as the reach-in was going to go against IT. And this time off the hands of number 10 and Kristen Matlick. So the Buffaloes now with a great chance to try to even it up. Riley Brin now with the opportunity. Or actually Taylor Brin going to be coming in this time. Tip down, got it. As Pasca answers the call to make it now 8-6 advantage of the Warriors. We'll have some couple line changes coming up. You got number 16, Cassidy Banner, returning, along with number 19 in Lawrence Snyder back in the lineup for Indiana Tech. Hannah Teich also returning too. Lobbed back, opposite side. Gets it over back to McMeechan. Sits back over to Snyder. Back row. This one bounced off the top of the rafters. They still play on. A chance again for Snyder. Great save in the meantime coming in from Sanderson. And the tip goes out of play and back on the board for IT. In a 3-point lead. 9-6 advantage of IT. For the Warriors again, another chance to bring it across. They go back to Banner. Banner again. Lobs it over. Sends it down over to Sanderson. Sanderson again, still kept live. Back to Snyder. Snyder down low. Back in again to Milligan territory. Hit high, and a great tip and attack coming in from number 20 in Bella Devati. As Devati with a quick point on the board to cut the lead down to 2. 9-7 our score here in the second. Devati gets it over. And a block at the net by Webster. She gets her team fired up, and rightfully so. And a 1-point lead to make it 9-8 here in the second. Crowd continuing to pile in here at the Schaefer Center. How about an ace this time for number 3 in the senior Riley Brin, and we are even at 9. Certainly a Milligan team that's trying to make some noise and trying to find the way back and try to even this match here at the Liz Lykowski Classic. Tip up front. They go back to Snyder. Snyder again. Double up front. They go to Webster. Webster has awfully been the specialist for Milligan this season. Another tip down. Got it. As Hannah Teach gets it on the board. And the Warriors back on top by 1, 10-9. So Teach with a quick block up front. And just like that, you've got yourselves an interesting match here at IT. Another push, this one down, over. Still kept live. They go back opposite direction. And they let it float out of play. A great heads-up play off the deflection of number 5 at Aaron Littleton. And the Warriors now surging, leading by 2 here in the second. And trying to go straight sets out the door if they can. Grazed off the top. Another chance. Lobbed up opposite direction. Still kept going, still kept live. Tips back over to Snyder. A swing out and out of play. Off the hands of Riley Brin and make it 12-9 advantage of IT. And this is where the Warriors again found a little bit of their mojo this last set in set number 1, taking advantage of the Milligan errors and trying to wear them out just a little bit and throw them out of sorts. Can they do the same thing here in the second? Swing up into the net. They won't do it here. And a great swing across. But just going into the net off the hands of number 3 and Paige Redder, which we should say congratulations to Paige Redder for winning the Liz Lykowski Memorial Scholarship. And that was announced earlier this evening here at IT. 12-10 our score. Great push across coming in from Sasha. But not enough. 13-10 our score. And the route's certainly on right now for IT as they're continuing to try to ride the momentum here in set number 2. Big push across. They go back. Block up by Webster. Webster couldn't get it. But you could see that Webster was saying, hey, that's on me. That's on me. And if you have a great teammate like Webster, that is certainly something to note. But nonetheless, the Warriors with a 4-point lead here in set number 2. As we will go ahead and stay right here and Again, let you know we'll have other games here on the Indiana Tech Digital Network for volleyball as our regular season schedule will continue tomorrow with the Liz Lykowski tournament. Again, 4 games, 2 courts. I'll be with you right here on court number 1. Aaron Farley will be with you on court number 2. And for your Warriors, 2 games against IU Northwest and St. Ambrose. And then we'll have the conference home opener against Defiance coming up on September 10th. So, again, first of 4 home games right here at the Schaefer Center this week. And then the Warriors head on the road and won't be back home until September 26th as they take on the road Northwestern Ohio, Cornerstone, and Aquinas. Here we go again. Webster, yes. Lauren Webster with a quick swing across to make it 14-11. And the Buffaloes certainly trying to charge their way. Get the one thing called the gold coin to get that bonus and get into set number 3. And even it up at 1. And another push across, this time coming in from Lauren Snyder. Got it off the tip of hands of number 4 and Kendall Hodge. So the lead back to 4, 15-11. So now the Warriors again continuing to ride the ship and ride the momentum here in set number 2. And below us you can see a great, well you can't see, but has capacity for his 3 rows as we are able to bring you here tonight. But with plenty of parents, plenty of students standing around here at IT tonight. So our down official again discussing a little bit of a rotation situation with Coach Matt Fishman. But he says play on. It's again 15-11 our score. They're trying to get a rotation error figured out. Over on court number 2 right now. Great matchup going on as Defiance leading at 9-6 over St. Ambrose. Aaron Farley's got you over there. In case you are looking for that game this evening, it's if you go to our YouTube channel, you see you're on court number 1. You can find court number 2 just as easy. Webster's going to lob this out, and an ace again, this time on the board for Paige Redder, the scholarship winner, and the Warriors back up by 5 to make it 16-11. And so the Warriors again continuing to keep the momentum strong. Webster again gets this one. Brought out opposite side. They go back to Hodge. Hodge again gets it over. Another chance. Swung down. Great tip and in. Off the deflection thanks to Jacqueline Olame. As Jacqueline Olame gets it on the board. And the lead now extended to 6 for IT. 17-11 here in the second. And another ace on the board, this time for Redder. The lead extended to 3, or to 7, we should say. And the Warriors certainly riding on house money and house momentum here in this match thus far. Webster again across, gets it inside. She edges come to the top left corner from our vantage point. So that'll stop the run for the Warriors for the moment. But a great placement and attack coming in from number 25, the senior outside hitter from Irwin, Tennessee, and Shelby Miller. Miller now again to bring it across. They go up the middle. Chance, tip down, back over to Pasca. Pasca again. Lobs this high. Great save up the middle. They collide player after player. They still alive and let that sail out of play. It's a little collision player over player, but you can kind of see Coach Matt Fishman be like, hey, It's all right. It's all right. Had a little trip over in the meantime. But nonetheless, a quick point on the board for Milligan. This one tipped over, back opposite direction. Another chance, brought back over to Schultz. Schultz still kept live. As Milligan had a little bit of a collision of their own, as you see at the bottom of your screen. This one brought down. That's going to go back row and in. As Lauren Pasca gets it back on the board. And the lead back to 6, 13-19 here in set number 2 here on court number 1. A lot of numbers flying around here at Schaefer Center tonight. Elsie McMutchin gets it over across. And a great swing in the meantime coming in for Milligan. And number 10, Kira Ryan, going to get credit for the kill on that one. And the lead trimmed down to 5, 19-14. But the Warriors, again, have really held the advantage for a majority of the match, allowing Milligan to maybe get a few extra points. But, again, it's the up-front blocks that have been the issue tonight for the Warriors. If you do point out any issues for them, has certainly been just that here tonight. And that's off the hands of Kira Ryan to make it 19-15. This one lobbed across. Down up front, over to Teisch. And a reach down and in. And a violation going to be called against Aaron Littleton. Don't know if it's a net violation or not. Couldn't see it from our vantage point, but Littleton going to be called to the whistle. And so it's back to a 5-point game, 20-15. But this one sails out. And the Buffaloes will have a chance to reset to 20-16 here in the second. As the Warriors again getting ever so closer to try to get back to 500, and a great performance for them as it stands tonight thus far. We'll get these stats coming up in just a moment. This one lobbed over, opposite side. They get this one swung down and in. A great push across again this time. From Pasca, we should say. Lauren Pasca going to get credit for the kill on that one. She's done a great job of commanding that upper front here tonight. Upper right front from our vantage point. Upper top front, if you're watching it from one court to another. And another ace on the board back for IT. 22-16. And so the Warriors, again, trying to add on to their largest lead here in set number 2. But they continue to keep the momentum going. This one strung across over to Boehner. Boehner again. High swing. Blocked. Got it. A commanding block up front from number 7 at Anna Teisch. And a timeout called by Milligan. So the Buffaloes take their second timeout. We will step aside as the Warriors getting ever so closer here in set number 2. Lead it 23-16. Back in a moment.
Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
We're back and into the net it goes off the hands of Cassidy Bonner. And so Milligan with a chance to try to get back into contention as they trail by 6 late here in the second. A little more work left to do. The Warriors trying to go up 2-0, but it feels like nothing but laughs and smiles across for the Tech faithful. Reach and got it as Lauren Snyder with a big swing across up top and got it off the hands of the Milligan player. And just like that, you've got yourself a set point, 24-17 here in set number 2. Teish again. Collision in the back. They still keep it live. They go over to Webster. Teish again. Brought down and out of play. As Jackman Holloway could not get it to go in time, and we play on. 24-18 here in set number 2. As the Warriors again trying to go up 2-0. Indiana Tech, however, trying to shut the door if they can. Tip across. And a free ball opportunity off the hands of Bren. This one blocked by double team pressure. This time coming in from Madison Party and Shelby Miller. And so the Buffaloes trying to charge their way back in here. They need 5 to tie, 7 to win. Brought back by Schnostra. But the swing across from Snyder shuts it down. And that is how set number 2 comes to a close. So just like that, Tech taking a 2-0 lead going into the third here at the Liz Lykowski Classic. 25-14, 25-19. Back with the third coming up in a moment. This is Indiana Tech Volleyball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there are so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
You have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior.
We welcome you back to the Schaefer Center. It is a 2-0 affair in advantage of your Indiana Tech Warriors. They lead it 2-0. For those of you expecting to see the other game on this feed between Defiance and St. Ambrose, that is 1-1 as it stands right now. Aaron Farley's got you taken care of on the opposite side. But meanwhile here at IT, it has been all Warriors all night long. And again, taking a look at some stats as it stands for the moment. So we'll give it a quick refresh on our side of things. It has certainly been an Indiana Tech fiesta at the moment, thanks to Allison. Actually, we'll wait to try to get this updated coming up in just a moment. Meanwhile, this one swung across and out of play. And a side out point going to go right back on the board for IT to make it 1-0. This one brought over. Gets it strung up, gets over back to Snyder. Snyder again chasing opposite side. Snyder on the run. Gets this tipped down and in. A great tip in from Hannah Teich to make it now 2-0 advantage of Indiana Tech. So the Warriors again doing a great job here in set number 3. And continuing to ride the advantage. Tip that is out of play. And Milligan will get their first point of the set to make it back to 2-1. Again, current leaders as it stands right now, Lauren Snyder, 14 kills. Hannah Teich with 8. Lauren Pasco with 5. Bella Devati with 7 for Milligan. Shelby Miller with 6. Aaron Littleton with 2 for the Buffaloes as it stands for the moment. We'll break down further as the match progresses, but this one now brought across back into Tech territory. And swung out of play from Tech territory. And it's 2-2. So a quick chase across on the opposite side. Push back over to Painter. Painter again, struck down and got it. As Hannah Teich gets it on the board to make it 3-2. And the Warriors again looking for not only win number 5 in 2025, but also too looking for what could be their 4th sweep, or their 5th sweep, we should say, in 2025. All of their wins have come in sweep fashion as that one's off the tip. And if this one were to continue this way, it would be their 5th sweep in 5 wins. They get this one across, cuts over back to Teich. Teich again. Lobbed over, back down to Miller. Teich again, gets it across. Another tip, they go over to Snyder. Snyder again, mid-range. Tip down, popped off the head this time of Wood. But what would you do? Defend your teammate, that's what. And a great swing across for IT to make it 5-2 Warriors. As Emmeline Wood takes it off the head, but no problem. Back on the board, and it's 5-2 IT. Now another chance across for Milligan. Here's Webster again. They go up front. Tap back to Snyder. Off the tip and in. Grazing off the hands of Faith Wilson, and it's 6-2 Warriors. And so the Warriors now riding with all the momentum in the world here in set number 3. They're on a 3-0 run. They continue to add on the 3-0 run as that grazed off the foot of Shelby Webster, wearing number 25 for Milligan. So the lead extended back to 5 for IT. As this one brought across, make it 6. Hannah Teich gets it across the board, and it's 8-2 advantage Warriors. And the rout is certainly about to be on here at the Schaefer Center. Teich gets it over. Pivots across, goes to Webster, struck down, got it. It was off the hand of Cassidy Painter. And it's 8-3. Still advantage of the Warriors. Again, the Warriors have held the lead outside of maybe a 1-0, 7-6 situation early on here tonight. But again, it has been all Warriors all night long. Here, their home opener at the Liz Lykowski Classic. This one graces across, but last touch by IT. So Milligan going to get a chance again once more at it. 8-4 our score. Here's the push across from Hodge. Hodge gets it. Struck down. They go back row. That is not going to be enough. Great chase coming in from the hands of Riley Bren, but it's an IT point to make it 9-4. Here in the third, they lead it 2-0. And now another chance upcoming. This time for number 10 in Kristen Matlick. Matlick now across. Goes back row. Another swing. Hits this one high. Great save from Matlick. Opposite side. Gets it back to connect over with Snyder. Snyder again lobs it, but tipped off the Buffaloes. And again, a 6-point affair, 10-4 here in set number 3. And so the Warriors again have just done a great job of continuing to command the effort in their direction here tonight. And have continued to do so here tonight. Another push. This one brought down, but lobbed out of play. And actually a double hit going to go against Milligan. So 11-4 our score. And the Buffaloes will take a timeout. We'll take it with them. Indiana Tech well on the road for another sweep. Their 5th in 2025. Back in a moment.
Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Good luck, Tammy.
See you, David.
Things happen. How do you make the unexpected happen? Take the next step with an online degree from Indiana Tech. Start with a visit to one of our 2 new Chicago area enrollment.
We're back with you here on set number 3. This one graces across off the hands of Matlick. Still kept live for the Warriors. As that's brought across again from number 5. And Aaron Littleton and the Warriors not an opportunity to get it across. And the lead back down to 11-5 here in set number 3. Well, as a reminder, tomorrow night we will be with you, or tomorrow afternoon we should say. Quadruple headers on both courts. On court number 1 and court number 2. If you want to watch Indiana Tech, they'll be right here on court 1. Run into the net. Lift actually going to be called against Snyder to make it a 5-point game. But the other games we'll have for you right here on court number 1. Once we get a chance to tell you about them, we will. Let's tell you about this game that you're here for right now. Webster gets it over. Brought back to Snyder. Back row they go. Great save in the meantime. They go to Hodge. Hodge still kept live. Got it. And a great tip across again from the Buffaloes. And number 10 in Kira Ryan. So Ryan now cuts the 7-point lead down to 4 and make it 11-7. And Webster's done a great job of commanding at least the serves up front. But Milligan going 5 up front to try to command the Indiana Tech attack. This one, they go all the way back. Webster again gets this lobbed over. Now another chance. This one swung down. Back row they go. Not going to be enough. And the hands goes up for Amelia Schultz saying, hey, what do you want me to do? 12-7 advantage of IT. This one blocked down at end. As I'm looking at the other game coming on right now between between Defiant and St. Ambrose. A great matchup going on in store. Aaron Farley's got that one for you. The Warriors again trying to go for a 3-0 sweep here on court number 1 as this one's going to go well out of play. And off the deflection again to get a 6-point lead, make it 13-7. And so the Warriors, again, just continuing to open up the door as much as they can. Quick graze across coming in from Redder. Now another push, tipped down again from Redder. Gets this up, opposite side, swung down and kept live from Webster. Ball from the other court still in, they still play on. Other swing, tipped down and in! Jacqueline all the way with a great attack. As Alloway gets it on the board and in time, we take a look at that again one more time. As Alloway gets the great swing across, gets it back on the board. And the Warriors now doubling up on Milligan. At least doubled up on Milligan for the moment, we should say. Announcer Skurs. 14-8 advantage IT. Thanks to a quick point up front again. And credit to the Buffaloes for having some great stretches across and trying to continue to command the attack up front. Attack again, opposite side. Swung down, got it. It's off the hands of Amelia Schultz. As Schultz gets this one live to make it 15-8. And so all of a sudden the Warriors are playing on house money right now. They lead by 7. McBuchan gets it over. Locked up tip, still kept live. McBuchan cannot, actually does let it get over, but wasn't going to get over enough. Nonetheless, a double may or may not have been called in that situation, but nonetheless, still a 6-point lead for Coach Matt Fishman and company. And so the Warriors now continuing to ride the advantage, 15-9. They get this over opposite side. Lob back, tipped, and got it. They forced the deflection off the hands of Kira Ryan again once more. And the lead back to 7, 16-9 IT. Push across again, coming in from Wood. Goes back to Webster. Webster again, staying up front. Swing, tip down, still kept live. Batted, back down and in. A great team effort across the board, led by the swing of Lauren Pasca. And the lead back to 8. Pasca off the assist of Redder, we should say. And it's 17-9 advantage of IT. This one, they go back row. Again, quick push. Tipped up opposite side. Swung down and out of play. Sanitatis trying to get a hand on it. Could not get it to go. And the lead down to 7 again. 17-10 here at IT. But the Warriors again continuing to command the up front effort. The other push up front, this one back into the net. And an ace again for the Buffaloes. Or actually, no, ace goes against IT. To make it now 18-10. So a little miscue on the scoring on our part. But nonetheless, 8-point lead, IT trying to go for the sweep. And a great dig across again, this time from number 10. In Matlick. And the lead up to 9. And you can certainly feel the Warriors are ever so closer and trying to go 5-5 and get up to 500. More importantly, get a season opening home victory here at the Schaefer Center. But that goes into the net and continue we play on. This time off the hands of Casey Bonner. So a 19-11 game. The Warriors looking ever so closer. And have continued to command the lines very well here tonight. The other push up front. That is brought back down and in. A great swing across coming in from number 19 and Lauren Snyder. As Snyder gets it across in time, and it's a 9-point game, 20-11. And the Warriors 5 away from shutting this out in a sweep. Lobbed back. Gets it over to Matlick. Get down again to Snyder. Snyder again. Lobbed over to Webster. That is out of play. So Webster lobs it out. And it's 21-11. And certainly all IT all night long. As the Warriors, again, have just done a commanding job here in this match. They won by 11 in the first. They lead by 10 here. They won by 6 in the second. Of course, anything can happen. Another push up front. They go back over to Teisch. Teisch, opposite side, over to Webster. Webster gets it down and in. And if there's any impressive player that we've seen for Milligan here tonight, it has been number 25, the senior leader in Shelby Miller, who's done a commanding job up front for the Buffaloes here tonight. And can she continue to try to keep the match alive? It is certainly an uphill battle at the moment. But again, nothing is impossible in the sport, is it? A great sneak attack cross and end. Kristen Matlick answering it. And now it's 22-12. Substitutions coming in, and the Warriors certainly can feel it. They get this one across. Head back to Webster. A big block up front by Amelia Schultz. As Schultz gets the block in time and up front. And the lead back to 11, 23-12. And the Warriors again sense that this is about to be all but over. But they got to take care of business first. Still kept live. Great block up front again from Alway. Tipped. And a sneak, a reach over going to go against Webster. As Webster debated it for just a moment, but again, that is what our up official rules, that it's match point advantage of the Warriors. And so the Warriors now with an opportunity to try to shut things down. A great crowd here on hand tonight. Brought across from Matlick. Matlick again, Webster. Double tip up front. And a reach in and a net violation actually going to go against Indiana Tech, this time against Elsie McMuchan. So McMuchan going to get the net violation, and we play on. And Webster now to bring it across. Tech faithful starting to clap and get loud. Stretched up. They get this back over to Webster. Webster again, sneaking. Blocked, tipped, and kept alive. As Snyder tried to get a hand on it, but could not get it to go. And it's 24-14, advantage of IT. So make it match point number 3 now. Webster again to bring it over. Webster across. Tipped. Block save on the hands of Alway. And it's over to Snyder. Block tipped and out of play. And that is how this match comes to a close. So it was always in the hands of Indiana Tech as they sweep the match 3-0 here in their season opener at the Schaefer Center. And a great effort tonight from all these teams across. We take a look again at players of the game. I have to give it to Lauren Snyder leading the attacks tonight. 20 kills and a tie with 10. Amelia Schultz with 6. Indiana Tech continuing to command in points, kills, and total attacks this evening and hitting percentage as the Warriors get their season opening win, or home opener win, we should say, and are now 5-5 here in 2025. Don't forget, we have more volleyball coming on here tonight on the Indiana Tech YouTube channel, as we've got a great one brewing next door for us, as it's St. Ambrose taking on Defiance. I will rejoin you tomorrow morning just a little before 10 a.m., 9:45 or so, to get you started for a full day of volleyball, where again we have 4 games for you here on the network. On court number 1, we'll have IU Southeast taking on Lourdes, Indiana Tech taking on IU Northwest, St. Ambrose and West Virginia Tech, Indiana Tech taking on St. Ambrose. Over on court number 2 tomorrow beginning at 10, it's Defiance and West Virginia Tech, Milligan and Defiance, Lourdes versus IU Northwest, and IU Southeast taking on Milligan. Again, more volleyball continues other link here on our YouTube channel for court number 2, as Aaron Farley will take you the rest of the way here tonight. For court number 1, your Warriors win it in 3 straight, winning it 25-14, 25-19, 25-14. For all of us here at Indiana Tech Athletics, Joe Northern saying so long from the Schaefer Center. We'll see you tomorrow.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call